to the nation and raised a debate as to whether he has the constitutional authority to do so, considering that MPs had started their recess until next month. However, according to Section 6 of the Constitution, if the President fails to sign a bill and fails to return it to Parliament within 14 days, the bill will automatically become law, a situation that made him write to Speaker Wetangula about his decision to completely remove the bill. This means that Ruto has proposed the removal of the controversial clauses, and at least two-thirds of MPs must support the changes. After that, the Speaker will present it to the President, who will sign it, and it will become law. In his speech, Ruto acknowledged that Kenyans had completely rejected the bill.
And listening keenly to the people of Kenya, who have said loudly that they want nothing to do with this Finance Bill 2024, I concede, and therefore I will not sign the 2024 Finance Bill, and it shall subsequently be withdrawn, and I have agreed with these members that that becomes our collective position.
In addition, following thousands of Kenyans showing up in various parts of the country to protest, President Ruto said he'll start holding meetings with the youth of the generation Gen Z while asking the various government departments to reduce spending and face off corruption.
The judiciary and county governments, working with the National Treasury, also undertake budget cuts and austerity to ensure that we do live within our means, respecting the very loud message that is coming from the people of Kenya.
The Anti-Finance Bill 2024 protests have clearly shown that there exists issues in the President's office, especially between him and the Deputy President, after President Ruto and his Deputy, Gachagua, differed in their views. In a situation where Kenyans continue to ask themselves several questions, the move by President Ruto to issue a separate presser from that of Gachagua raised eyebrows. In his speech, Gachagua blamed the NIS for failing to advise the President about the outcome of the protests.
I thank our security officers who were on duty today for applying themselves to the best of their abilities in the defense of Kenya and its people.
Officers of the National Intelligence Service, officers of the National Police Service have told me in confidence they did not get advance intelligence briefs about the magnitude of the protest. And that is why the security sector was caught off guard by the intensity, the anger of the Kenyan people, the agitation of the Kenyan people, the resilience of the Kenyan people.
Despite President Ruto admitting and ensuring Kenyans that his government wouldn't encourage extrajudicial killings for Gachagua, he criticized the abductions of innocent Kenyans by police officers.
It is unbelievable that the son of the Honorable Attorney General of Kenya, Justin Bidan Muturi, was abducted at night in a commando style by officers of the National Intelligence Service and held incommunicado for 18 hours. Yet, that is the Honorable Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. What will happen to other Kenyans?
And speaking of abductions, Bumula Member of Parliament Jack Wamboka now claims that his assistant has been kidnapped. Wamboka has asked the security officers to tell him where his assistant is.
Produce my personal assistant Wangila Wabomba na mukome kabisa kuanza kunyanyasa sisi wabunge wa upinzani. It is so saddening, retrogressive. Wangila hana maneno yoyote amekosea mtu. Wacha kuendea kwa wale wanatufanyia kazi watu wetu. Wewe kama mnataka kunishika, shika mimi. Mimi ndio nilizungumza bunge. Mimi ndio nilipiga kura bunge. Naomba serikali iwachane na watu wetu. I want my personal assistant produce. Why are you rattling us, Your Excellency?
The MP claims that the government has started harassing opposition MPs due to their stance on the finance bill, which has now been withdrawn.
Mimi nilijitokeza, nikapiga no, nikakome katika mjadala, nikatoa maoni yangu kusema kwamba wananchi wa Kenya waheshimiwa. Pindi tu tulipomaliza kutoka, naambiwa personal assistant wangu hayupo, hapatikani. Na serikali imekuwa inafanya haya mambo. Juzi wameshika PA wa Opiyo Wandayi, minority leader wetu, na wanamchukua incommunicado. Mheshimiwa William Ruto, wachana na watu wetu. Sisi ni wa Kenya, nchi hii ni yetu wote. Kama wacha kutishia maisha wala ambao wanatofautiana na msimamo wao.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nyeri Latiff, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalimia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa nauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside. Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping up. You know my business partner here. Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
One of Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
good morning on this Thursday. Where are you this morning? Is there traffic where you are? It doesn't look like it's going to pile up and be anything crazy, at least not for now. Let's take a look at what's coming in to the city, starting with the Eastern Bypass, and not much right about now. The Thika Superhighway looks good. And when we say looks good, means that there's no traffic at all. Nothing popping anywhere. You look around Nairobi today. Coming out of Westlands also looks good as well. And Limuru Road not piling up either. At 10 minutes after 6 o'clock. Let's see what happens as we go through the morning. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning. How are you?
Me?
Yes.
I'm fine.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Very good.
And you then?
I am all right. Yeah.
Very good.
It's a bit chilly.
Cold in here, man.
It's cold. It's cold nicely, man, but it's cold all the same.
This one is not the nicely ones.
It's not the nicely cold.
Every surface is frozen.
Oh, wow, this is true. Don't touch the table if you don't have to.
It's too baridi.
It's cold.
It's too baridi.
We shall survive. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yesterday, how was it?
So there was a lot, isn't it? What was being said, what was not being said. For me, front and center, my mind just kept going back to the number of people who died. That one person dying was one person too many. Yeah. And that my mind still continues to go back. That it wasn't necessary. That it's not necessary that mothers and fathers and daughters and sons are crying still today over the loss of their loved ones. And we see that something that was 100% avoidable took place. So that still makes me sad. And I still remember, I'm going to remember it for a very long time, and I think we ought to. But at the same time, I think there was some concession that was given. And I think that there was a realization that one thing is true in my mind, that the position and the sovereignty of the people is paramount. Take that as you may, but it still rings true in my head that the sovereign are sovereign, and that they must be upheld and prioritized.
Yep.
For me, that's what it is.
It's the bottom line.
Everything else is just trimming.
That's the bottom line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Situation Room today. A lot happening, so a lot for us to discuss, and I'll tell you what we shall be discussing. So the President sent a memorandum to Parliament yesterday.
Yes.
Saying, I do not think I am ready and willing to sign this bill that you've brought to me into law. And therefore, I'd like to propose that we amend this bill this way. Delete everything.
However he arrived at that, okay, we'll leave that up for speculation.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, that's what it was.
Just delete everything.
Yeah.
Now, Parliament was heading on recess. Of course, the Speaker can recall Parliament at any moment. So let's wait and see how this happened. But then, what is this? So what does that mean legally? So if then this Parliament is recalled and then they go and they delete the bill, does it mean that if you delete the bill, it then now means it is no longer a bill? Or do you send a blank bill to the president to send to a blank bill to become a blank law? I mean, what? So, you know? Because we already passed the third reading of this bill.
Yeah.
Now you're bringing it back to Parliament and you're saying, let's make amendments. Ordinarily, if you're making amendments and considering the president's memorandum, you'd be saying, we agree with the president on this particular aspect, we don't agree with the president on this particular aspect. Then it goes back to him, so he has to sign it into law. He signs the new thing into law. And if you reject, he still has to sign it into law, it becomes law. Now, in this particular case, if they agree and they delete everything on this bill, what does it become? Does it become blank finance bill? Does it stop becoming a bill? What's the result?
Oh, exactly what happens.
So that's why we have invited Asha Bashir. She's an advocate and Deputy Secretary General of NARC Kenya. She'll be here to tell us the legal position on the withdrawal of the bill. We saw yesterday Parliament approving the deployment of the military after the Gazette notice had been issued. I mean, what happens here? What should have come first? And then we also have the issue of the national debt. Even the president said national debt is a big issue. What's the legal position? If we've been talking about let's audit the national debt, how can we do it legally and get it done? Okay, so Asha Bashir comes at 7 a.m. for that conversation. At 8 o'clock, we talk about the crucial role that special interest groups have, youth and women. How can they participate in public finance management conversations? Because that's where we are at right now. This is our partnership with Uraia, and we'll be joined by Dan Paul Adenga, who is the development practitioner in civic education and budget facilitation, and Caroline Nyamo, who is a governance and human rights specialist. And then at 9 a.m., Ruto's austerity. He says, I'm going to cut the amount of milk I take to reduce the president's budget, to reduce other budgets. What exactly should the cuts look like? Dr. Abraham Rugo, who's the executive director of IBP Kenya, comes at 9. Hiyo mambo, hiko, namuna, hiyo. Those are the full conversations. It's already 17 minutes after 6. We are live on YouTube and Facebook and everywhere, on TikTok. Tumeanza kwenda live X. Kwa nini? Tuingie Twitter space, man. Twitter space. It's 17 after 6. Anyway, everybody who's live, good morning to you.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
It's 12 degrees and cloudy in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 20, highs of 24, and a partly cloudy Nakuru at 14, and 12 and cloudy in Nyeri, going to highs of 20. Eldoret at 12 is clear, highs of 23, and into Mombasa at 22 it's cloudy, with highs of 28. We'll see highs of 29 in a partly cloudy Malindi at 23. It's clear at 20 in Kisumu with highs of 28, and Kakamega will see highs of 27, where it's mostly clear currently at 17. Clear at 21 in Kampala with highs of 27, while Dar es Salaam will see highs of 30. It's clear at 22. Johannesburg at 8 degrees is clear this morning, highs of 17 and lows of 6, while into Mogadishu at 25 it'll be a sunny Thursday with highs of 29 and lows of 24. It's 14 in Addis Ababa and partly sunny with highs of 21. We'll see lows of 12, and we're looking into a mostly cloudy Lagos at 24 with highs of 32. We'll see highs of 32, I beg your pardon, in Kinshasa, currently at 22, coming down to lows of 21. 32 is what it is in a partly sunny Beijing Thursday afternoon. We'll see highs of 36 and lows of 23. Paris is cloudy at 19 with highs of 29, and we'll see lows of 15. London at 19 is mostly cloudy with highs of 24. We'll see lows of 14. And round things off in New York, Wednesday night is cloudy at 24. Coming into Thursday, highs of 33 and lows of 21.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay. Who's online?
Nothing. Sorry?
Who's online?
Right. Peter Kieri. CT. Peter Kiari says good morning from Mombasa. Idris Bakari says good morning from Qatar. Hamjamboni Wapendwa. Leo is that day again. Why now? Felix Mwinde says good morning, Kenyans. Dennis Ontigo Nyango says good morning. Brian Otieno says good morning, Kenya. Should never borrow, or should borrow a leaf from Portugal. How they managed to get out of the debt trap. Jimmy Gakio says good morning, Kenyans. Good morning, God's people. Finally, the power belongs to the people of Kenya. That's Tony Muhoho. Mama J, good morning all. Today's promises to be another dark day for Kenya. Why now? Francis Emisiko says good morning and lots of love from New Jersey. Spice, my condolences to those who died on Tuesday. I know, still heavy. Good morning, Ndu, Eric, CT, Ednah. The Gen Zs really deserve all the applause and celebration. Kibao, kudos to the generation. Remy Luande says good morning, lady and gentle. Would you like to know how they spell gentle? Getol. men. It's another day. Hope today all is well. We hope so. Joseph Mukua is also tuned in. Jay Wangai says demonstrations. Wow, something is not right. Demonstrations day in, day out since the last election. One must ask. Brian Otieno also says good morning. Gideon Murai says good morning, tuned in as well. John Kay says good morning. Do we have a functioning judicial institution in Kenya?
Yep. It released people who had been arrested.
Well, there you go. I just gotta say, Faith Odhiambo and the LSK are doing some crazy quick work, man. It's good to see.
Good stuff.
Very good stuff. Leo has paid homage to the princess and he says, good morning, Eric, CT and Ednah, after the princess has been greeted. Between the two pressers, who's fooling who? That's a good question. Robinson Kisero is tuning from Hong Kong. And George Okoh greets everybody across board. William Ruto will always remain the same. What does that mean? Good morning from Nyeri, says Ian Jomo. Sir George Gashuri says, good morning. Condolences to the families who lost their loved ones. Yeah. By the way, another president made an address yesterday, this one being the deputy president, but okay. Tibbs Muga says, good morning. Thanks always for the hard work you all do. Asante Sana. Thanks for tuning in every morning. Tano Teka says, good morning. Charles Ray is greeting everybody. Simon Mukohi says, good morning. The world is ready to fight for us. Huh? Good morning, world. It's another day to fight for our rights. Yeah, okay. Okay, so there are many people online this morning. Dr. Venvik, Carol Nyabura, Bash Khalas, Dennis Otigo, Fazul Sam, John Wamua, Paris Mudhoni, John Wamua, Gidenji Gatobu, Ogesha Dennis. If I butchered your name, forgive me. Take the knife away. Good morning, everybody.
Karibuni sana. City.
Yes.
Are we still in Northwest Africa?
We still are in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Yes. Too large a morsel chokes the child.
Duh.
Obviously.
Duh.
Rolling eyes.
Yeah. Even your Mesema?
Even your Mesema?
Too large a morsel
chokes the child.
The child. Okay. Let's wait and hear the interpretations. Headlines, Fatali?
On the paper.
That you have in your hand.
In my hand. As we ask Ednah if they did like that. Ruto gives in to Gen Z. That's on the front page of the Standard this morning. President Ruto bows to relentless pressure by Kenyans and refuses to assent to this finance bill. He calls for a national discussion on the proposed law and other issues affecting the youth. The president also vows to fight graft, proposes further austerity measures in the budget, including cuts in the executive vote, calling them his sons and daughters. Not criminals and traitors this time. Ruto outlined his plan for the youth. So, a lot can change in 24 hours.
Oh, yes.
You can be a criminal today and you can be my son tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
And a daughter, please.
So, sons and daughters tomorrow. All you criminals today, tomorrow can be my sons and daughters. So, make nothing of it.
Hata wezi ni watoto wetu tu.
True. Hata polisi ni watu wetu tu. Hata jeshi.
Also on the front page of the Standard, died by the gun, and this is for me still very heavy. They wanted their voices heard, but now they lie in morgues. Call their names: Benson Ouma, Beasley Kamau Kogi, Erickson Chalo, Caroline Shirambi, Rex Masai, Ibrahim Kamau, Michael Tata. Those are the pictures that we see on the front page of the Standard. The tally of the dead is at 23, according to rights activists, contradicting the president's figure of 6. Right here on the page is more than 6. That's clear. And let's look at some of these tickers that we see that are coming off of the story. Youth are adamant that they will turn up in even bigger numbers for today's demonstrations. Military personnel deployed in Nairobi, but the matter is in court. This is one of the moves that we saw by the LSK, asking for a barring of the deployment of KDF into the country. MP Sudi blames the rivals for the raids on his premises as Kenny MP decries ultimate price for voting yes. Do you see now?
Oh, yeah.
The people who attacked me, it's my enemies. It's not even these guys. It's my enemies.
Yeah.
The president's address fails to tackle military deployment. That's what he didn't talk about yesterday and whether it still stands. A night of killings in Nairobi's Githurai estate as police unleash terror on Kenyans. What next for the finance bill after the president put it on ice? Now, while all of this was chemkaing nicely, DP Gachagua throws NIS under the bus and says, Nyinyi,
you're the ones who did not give
Nurdin
the president a tea.
Hey, bwana.
Come on.
You failed the president and Kenyans as they could have preempted the magnitude of the protest. You should have told us it was going to be so big. We would have known,
But if you
what
make this
to do
conversation this
ahead of
public,
time.
surely, so we'll talk about it later.
Yes.
Yeah, you just carry on. We'll talk about it later.
Those are somewhere along the lines of what's going on.
That's what's going on.
Yes, please.
There's one headline that we have and you can look at. People Daily. The headline on People Daily today. Ruto's U-turn. Too little, too late. President climbs down on finance bill, saying he'll not sign it into law to allow for dialogue. But did 23 brave children have to pay the ultimate price for the government to listen to the people? Where? Another headline: over 20 shot dead, 300 injured in budget protests. Mr. President, and this is the editorial comment on the front page of the People Daily today. Mr. President, the blood of the fallen youths is on your hands. People Daily, wameamua, it goes.
A Star. Inside a Tuesday's night of carnage in Githurai. Protesters angered by the president's irresponsible lecture and refusing to hear us. MPs evacuate families and spend night in guarded hotel. Ruto bows to pressure, withdraws bill. Row erupts as MPs approve KDF to consider demos. Uhuru and I were framed for Tuesday's violence. DP.
Oh, for the love of... Sorry.
Did he say that?
Well,
it's a headline.
Did he say that?
Did he actually say it, though?
I did not hear him say so.
Neither did I.
Did he mention Uhuru?
Let me say again, I did not hear him say it. What they say is, DP claims senior state officials had hatched a plan to accuse him, to accuse certain leaders of the violence.
Well, we saw it unfold anyway.
Didn't we just?
Yeah, they're accusing him. Hiya, Ndu. Tell us about traffic.
Okay, CT is buffering.
No, CT is reading and wondering what on earth is reading. You know, you read something the day before, then you read and saying, am I reading this thing correctly? Then you are, the other question is, do I really want to read this? And I'm saying, I'm not going to read this one.
Okay. Now, let me tell you how there's no traffic.
Tell us about traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
None of that this morning, at least not for now. It's clear and free. Let's take a look at the Thika Superhighway. All the way coming in from Ruiru, coming then past Kasarani out towards Survey. You'll find what? Nothing. No traffic. Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the other usual suspects. On Jogo Road, no thing. Folks are still deciding to buy vegetables. So that's happening right around Wakulima as you get through towards... Kamkunji. At that roundabout, then there's some traffic on Haile Selassie, so that the busyness is going to continue there for some time. Mombasa Road, no thing. A little bit of traffic then right around Cabanas, but that's going to clear out as you exit and go out towards North Airport Road. As you're coming in from the Eastern Bypass, there's nothing here at all. And you're going to be fine coming in from that Roy Junction. And then if you're going to go the way of Njiru, or if you're going to come this way towards Embakasi, I think you'll be fine here as well. So it might be a morning of telling you that there'll be no traffic. It's all awake and see kind of thing. In the meantime, we will talk, won't we? SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
6:30.
Are you hang at me?
Okay, let me...
CT.
Can I begin the
Yes.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, this is... he was addressing people in Mombasa on June the 26th, which was yesterday.
Day.
Yes. claims that there was an elaborate plan to frame former President Uhuru Kenyatta and him for violence witnessed during Tuesday's anti-finance protest bill. Speaking in Mombasa on Wednesday evening, Gachagua sensationally claimed a senior state official had hatched a plan to accuse certain leaders of the violence. Yesterday, the official, was trying to put up a team together to craft lies and propaganda and attribute the chaos that was in the country to leaders. Former President Uhuru and I included Gachagua. He said it is very clear that the protests were caused by the anger of the people of Kenya against the Finance Bill 2024. Gachagua alleged that he was informed that some members of parliament, MPs, who voted against the bill on Tuesday are being targeted for harassment over their political stand. I want to call on the National Intelligence Service not to take us back to the dark old days of the Nyayo era, where you create propaganda and schemes to undermine leaders and those who don't agree with you. The Deputy President did not mince his words as he called for the resignation of NIS boss Nuruddin Haji, accusing him of incompetency and failure to advise the President accordingly on the issues of the finance bill for the last 2 months. The national, and I'm reading the quotation, which allegedly he supposed is attributed to him. The National Intelligence Service slept on the job. And the problem is simple. The Director General of the National Intelligence Service, Nuruddin Haji, was a junior who served in the National Intelligence Service before he was appointed to DPP. When he was appointed to the office of the Director General because of inferiority complex, he chased away. I'm reading. It's not me making it up.
Wow.
You've missed some.
Wait, who had an inferiority complex?
Yes. Soma tena naweka punctuation properly. But when he was appointed because of inferiority complex.
I'm reading. This is a quotation.
Okay, put the
quote. I'm reading a quote. When he was appointed to the office of the Director General because of when he was appointed to the office of the Director General, because of inferiority complex, he chased away all the people who were senior to him when he was in the service, therefore crippling the capacity of the service and making it dysfunctional.
All right.
He said 3 directors were chased away and reassigned to desk jobs in ministries across the government. So he chased them away to ministries within the government. Okay? 13 assistant directors, men and women, with a proven track record of intelligence collection and analysis, were removed from the National Intelligence Service, leaving a shell under a clueless Director General who cannot run the organization. Gachagua asked the President to sack Haji and recall all 3 directors and 13 assistant directors who were removed from the service to come and help reconstruct NIS. President William Ruto deserves better. He deserves a Director General who knows what he's doing. He deserves a National Intelligence Service that is effective and that can analyze situations and keep him and the government informed on what is going on. It is embarrassing to me as Deputy President that it has taken protests, deaths, mayhem, destruction for the President to know the truth, yet there's an organization charged with that responsibility.
Okay.
That's a mouthful.
Nimeshikia. So basically, he's saying that the intelligence brief that was released by the NIS and handed to the President was
insufficient,
fingering him and Uhuru for the chaos that we witnessed.
That's what he's saying.
That's what he's saying. And so he's preempting before it comes out in public that, it was Gachagua, or those people who torched these shops, those people who organized the looting were actually being paid by Gachagua and Uhuru. Let me preempt this and actually say that this is what I know.
It is Haji.
It is Haji who is peddling lies in order to appear to be saying something like, right? That's what we're saying.
Yes. Can I read just one last thing so that you understand the gist of this entire thing? He said, had President Ruto been advised 2 months ago about the reality of Kenyans' feelings about the Finance Bill 2024, he would not have asked MPs to push it through.
Okay.
That's it.
Had he been advised about...
the President.
Or the President been told about the mood of the country.
Ago, he would not have pushed for...
If he had been told that they were going to protest...
Okay. So this is what the President had said the day before yesterday on the kind of violence that we witnessed. He said, an otherwise legitimate expression of the fundamental rights and freedom of assembly, demonstration, picketing, and petitioning of public authorities by a section of law-abiding citizens of the Republic of Kenya was infiltrated and hijacked by a group of organized criminals. He says, regression of property and desecration of the institutions and the emblems of our sovereignty. The events mark a critical turning point in how we respond to grave threats to our national security. Because I'm looking for where he called them dangerous people.
The night before?
Yeah, I'm looking for the paragraph. Anyway.
You'll find it.
And he concluded by saying that, accordingly, I assure Kenyans that we shall provide a full, effective, and expeditious response to today's treasonous events. Okay? So what we are basically hearing here from Gachagua is that the president had been told that he is the financier of this dangerous group. The president had been told that he is the one who's organized these treasonous events.
Yeah.
That he, the deputy president, has committed treason.
Not the sons and daughter.
That's basically what. That's the gist of this thing is when the president was saying that there were criminal elements, that they were being funded by criminal elements, that they committed treason. The person he was referring to was Rigathi Gachagua.
And Uhuru Kenyatta. You get it?
So he was not referring to the youth.
No. The criminal
or
elements.
Even a foreign funders. Russia's
foreign funder outside. See, foreign can be outside. So that realization now has knocked him upside the head. And he's like, hold on a minute. So it's actually me that they were referring to. And they tried to frame me. But if the NIS boss had done his job, then they would have realized
that it's not me.
You know, this conversation.
After all, we were the darling of the people.
This conversation is an interesting one, isn't it?
Let me tell you, this is a very deep thing.
Yes.
And we have seen it not once, but now this is the second time.
Yes.
We once hosted the Cabinet Secretary for Defense.
Yes.
Here.
Yeah.
He's the chairman of the National Security Committee.
Council.
And he says he sits in the he's the chairman of the Defense.
He's of the Defense Council.
Yes. He sits in the National Security
Council as a committee member.
As a member.
Yes.
And he said that in the National Security Council, they have looked at information that shows that the former president is involved in organizing the demonstrations or the Sufuria demonstrations that were meant to do it to destabilize the government.
He said that.
Now Gachagua is saying that the same thing, that the government is saying that Gachagua and Uhuru are involved in organizing violence to destabilize the country.
Yes.
What exactly is going on in this government?
And now the focus is on Nuruddin Haji.
I think the Nuruddin Haji element is
scapegoating.
It's wet cat. It's
dead cat.
Dead cat. Sorry, it's dead cat.
I
on
like
the table.
that one. Wet dead cat.
You like it, yeah?
Yes.
It's dead cat, and I think that it's just to say let's bring in another element, because this thing, like you say, it's a very serious thing that you talk about here, but then now you want to throw somebody else into it to kind of remove some of that pressure when it comes to you and somebody else, because who would even imagine that you, in your capacity as the deputy president and somebody who used to actually be the darling of the people, then would come about and do something like this? How can you even suggest that I would be involved? So let me throw the blame towards somebody else. And not just throw the blame, ask for you to be removed completely.
If indeed it's true that the Director General of NIS, in his security briefing to the president, had actually identified the people who, he says, funded the infiltration of the peaceful protests and led to violence and destruction of property, in Nairobi on Tuesday, if indeed such a report is before the president, and he says that we need to turn a leaf on how we manage this, we need to see then what the president does with that.
Yeah, but then also I'm asking,
if indeed it's true.
If it's
because
true.
it's a very serious thing. Because if indeed there are such schemes,
what is implicit is that, or rather what is being implied, is that they want to overthrow the government.
Yes.
And that is treasonous.
That's big time.
If indeed there is such a report before the president, and it has details on how this, treason is being organized and orchestrated, and you have identified the individuals behind it, then let's see what you do with it.
Can I ask you then, is the deputy president essentially saying that he has the details of this report and he's seen what it has said?
No.
Because why would you go and out yourself? It's like somebody is suspecting me, and somebody somebody has said that there is a criminal element here. Tomorrow you come out and say, actually, it is me they are trying to frame. Why would you out yourself like that?
Because there's such a report.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Has he seen the report?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
We can only assume that when you make such statements, you've
seen it.
Yeah. Yes, or you're privy to it.
Okay.
He's privy to what has been presented. Haji was peddling lies and propaganda, trying to implicate former President Uhuru and me that we are behind the chaos. I am the president. I'm glad that the president has admitted that it was because of the anger of the people.
I don't think he admitted that. The president didn't admit that. The president said that the criminal elements who then have infiltrated.
This is a very big thing.
It is a big thing, my friends.
It is a huge thing.
It's a big thing.
But then, you see, it calls in very many other discussions. How exactly does a president receive intelligence briefing?
And how often?
Yes.
Yeah.
And when the deputy president alleges, according to what I've read, that Haji turned around and switched people and took them to various places. See, now, unfortunately, Haji has to say his bit and to explain whether that actually happened, and if he did, why. Why do I say this? Directors don't do the legwork. They oversee.
It's brought to them.
It is brought to them. Okay? Now, are we saying, therefore, that this man was then appointed to do a hatchet job, that his purpose in being made, because he was made, he previously had been DPP. If he was moved there, DPP is a senior most prosecutory position in the country. So essentially, it was a parallel shift from one head of department yet to another. But according to this, we are reading and we hear that this person was not fit for the job. Now, how are these appointments made? Does the deputy president, does he participate in these appointments? Is he privy to it? Or is it the public service that determines who
come on.
This conversation, believe me, just gets brought down in my mind. It's broader and broader and broader.
Of course, but then you also have to ask yourself the question that if this is the case and that there's a real belief that Nuruddin Haji is not worth the paper that his degree is on, right? Is that what you're saying, essentially? How come we didn't hear you complain about this?
At the time of his appointment.
Thank you. When he was being appointed.
That was the time.
Why? That was the time for you to say, hang on. This guy can't do this thing. When something is besmirching your image or your name, that's when you realize that. Then that time I knew. What did you call him? Nervous? What did you say he is? Now is when you're saying that he's like that. Come on, guys. Come on.
And junior officer, he wasn't really that junior when he was in NIS. Not really. Everybody starts off as a junior officer and you rise up the ranks.
Exactly. Let me tell you a story about how members of parliament now are saying our support for the finance bill has cost us heavily, they confess.
Oh, really?
I'm telling you. A number of MPs whose property was destroyed by protesters on Tuesday as they vented against the Finance Bill 2024 say they have left the attackers to God, even as they continue counting losses amounting to millions of shillings. The protesters who invaded razed down buildings and carried away the property, including belonging to MPs Kimani Kuria and Molo, who is also the Finance and National Planning at the National Assembly, Njoroge Wainaina, Kieni, Mushangi Karemba, Mbere South, and Oscar Sudi Kapseret, amongst others. The Kieni MP, who operates a chain of supermarkets in Mount Kenya region, told the Standard that his business premise in Nyeri town, which was razed down during the protest, had employed over 350 employees. He added that he had lost a movable stock of 450 million shillings and additional equipment such as bakery shelves, among others, valued at 100 million. He says, and I quote, "The scrap metal dealers are now scavenging for the metal stands that remained after the inferno, even as the employees had been left jobless." He added that he added that he had paid the ultimate political price on behalf of many other Kenyans for the sake of development. You understand? Wainaina said even after the vandalism and fire that gutted down his property, he did not regret voting for the finance bill. Something tells me he shouldn't have said that out loud, but okay. He said he did it for the sake of the people of Kieni, not Kenya, Kieni.
And the people who burnt down his
place are not from Timbuktu. No, they are not. So, he said, "I voted in support of the bill because the people of Kenya stood to benefit from the bill. Being an agricultural zone where our people farm onions, potatoes, eggs, and milk will all enjoy all the way to the bank because the competition from outside the country would have been reduced with the passage of the bill." He, however, claimed the looting was not done by the youth, but a bunch of criminals, and asked the authorities, I don't know if it's now Haji again, to apprehend the suspects. Now, Sudi, whose Timber XO club in Eldoret was vandalized and looted, condemned the move and said he has never thought of destroying anyone else's property, even as he claimed that politicians from the Rift Valley region planned the vandalism. Sacre bleu. "I have never in my life planned to destroy anyone's property," he said. "My work has always been helping people who don't have parents, building churches and other things. We know people who organized it, and the leaders, they're from where? Home." At the same time, he suspended all planned activities, including charity events and fundraising, until further notice.
And they were sitting there now behind the president yesterday,
smiling,
clapping. As in, these guys had on the previous day just taken a record 30 minutes, was it? Or so?
In under an hour
to pass that bill. Yes, put the question.
Put it.
The question.
Mr. Speaker, sir, put it.
Put it.
Read faster.
And now yesterday they're sitting there behind the president, and when he says, "We have agreed that we're going to withdraw,"
clapping.
We are going to also cut back on expenditure for starting with the exam. They're sitting there, and you look at them. Don't you see where the problem? Could you just see where our problem is?
The problem was sitting behind the president.
Have you? The word deja vu, what does it mean?
Deja vu means already seen. Deja.
Okay. 1997. Kasarani.
Yeah.
Multipartism. Okay.
91.
Huh?
91 or 90?
No, 97.
97.
97. Kanu, thingy-majig meeting, everybody red cap, red sweaters, blah, 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 blah. Speaker after speaker.
90.
After. Huh? I said 90.
In 97, we already had multi-party.
92.
Yes.
If I had 5 years, just 5.
After all.
I did not add 10. Just give it 5. Sure. Yes. Can I not move it forward? Okay.
90. Section 2A.
It was 90.
Yes.
Now, you see, I only added 7.
So tuendelee. Okay. Everybody in Kasarani.
Yes. See? Eric understands these things. You must add. Now, speaker after speaker after speaker. What? We cannot do Kanu Baba na Mama, even uncle and auntie. What? One party, Kenya together. We're behind you, President. Only live forever. Blah, 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 blah. Then the president stands up. Says, "I've heard all of you. Thank you very much." And all the speakers were clapped for. The way I've seen it, it is good that we allow for multipartism. 3 second silence. Then rapturous clapping. What? In fact, this is what we were saying.
This is what we've been trying to say. When we said there should be one party, what we were trying to say is that actually it is multipartism that we want.
Yes, that multipartism is one multipartism, so that there are many Right. So this isn't new.
This is not new. For something that you believed in so wholeheartedly, really, that we had a lot of political innuendo that was thrown at this thing day after day after day. I can't take anything away from Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, because and you have to give it to journalists as well, because the camera was right on his face when the president said this thing, and he looked as though he had eaten a sour pickle, because it was almost as though I have been saying these things for the last 2 weeks, and in a 5-minute speech, the whole thing has fallen to the ground. How are you going to be able? You have to ask these guys how they're feeling.
Let me tell you how
they're going to be able to go back to their people.
They will twist it by saying it was a party position. Okay? At the point we were making the decision, it was a party position. And as the leader of majority party coalition in the National Assembly, my job is to rally people towards the common position taken collectively by a group. As the whip, my job is to whip the members collectively
on the party position.
On the party position.
Now, should the position change?
We all whip and move to that. But this is a result of conversations. Remember what Aaron Cheruiyot was telling us? I wish you would have attended one of our PG meetings and hear
how
people
we
actually
really
stand up and they speak. And, we speak and debate and argue, and then we arrive at a position. Okay?
Okay.
They have got egg on their faces.
Boss.
Complete
the whole
egg.
poultry.
The story, Nation has a story here inside State House, night meetings that informed rejection of the finance bill. And the Nation is basically talking about meetings took place after Tuesday night. And the president said, okay, give me scenarios. How is it likely to play out, this thing? And there are those people who are hardliners, from the Economic Council to members of cabinet to his advisors, who are like, Mr. President, these guys are trying to question your authority.
To railroad you.
Don't allow.
Muguu kwa shingo.
Don't budge. And if they squeak, like a pressure.
Yes. Add onto it. And then there were those moderates who were saying, okay, maybe you should find a way of just giving some concessions. The Nation also says that they have reliably established that the National Intelligence Service advised the president before and after the Tuesday protests to re-examine the finance bill and find ways of accommodating public concerns, even if it meant temporarily suspending the process. This was NIS advice. The advice from NIS, however, did not find favor with hardliners within the cabinet and senior members of his security and economic advisors. The president is truly in the horns of a dilemma, and consultations are still ongoing. With the voices of reason prevailing, there is hope that he'll take a position that moves the country away from the path of the chaos, death and destruction witnessed on Tuesday, according to sources. A section of MPs had also separately reached out to the president, saying that they had already staked too much political capital for the government to retreat from pushing through the bill. They were like, my friend, if you retreat now, tutaambia nini watu? We have already voted this thing, yes. No.
And we've even given reasons in different places.
Please do not. Intelligence shared with the president indicated that the violent protesters, separate from the Gen Zs, had been ferried in buses by politicians keen on introducing an ethnic angle to the chaos.
Oh, Nation are saying it.
Yep. According to sources who requested anonymity to speak freely, the president also received calls on Tuesday and yesterday from diplomatic representatives of powerful Western nations and Gulf states, urging him to retreat from the hardline position and pursue a more conciliatory path. In their public statements, the embassies and high commissions of the United Kingdom, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Ireland, Netherlands, Norway, Estonia, Sweden, Romania, and the USA urged all actors have the responsibility to respect, uphold, promote, and fulfill the principles of democracy and the rule of law, particularly by ensuring a proportionate security response. We welcome civic engagement by all Kenyans, in particular the youth, in addressing the issues of vital public concern, and call for restraint on all sides and encourage all leaders to find peaceful solutions. This is what the diplomatic corps had told the president. So there was a lot of info from all sides. The one that prevailed is the one that saw the president come out and say, this is pie. It is humble. Look at me. I am swallowing it. Umeona, I have swallowed. So humble pie is in the stomach.
You know, the The thing that for the last 4 years you've harped on, Eric, is it really possible for those in leadership, political leadership, to actually take a truth pill, meaning swallow it and just try and speak the truth and just say, folks, we messed up here, we are sorry. Okay? Can we go back to the drawing board and start all this thing all over again? Not whitewashing, not window dressing it. We made a mistake.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
When you eat a humble pie, does it matter whether you want to or not, so long as you've eaten it? And will it then, with the dislike or like of eating this humble pie, will it then affect the manner in which you will do things moving forward? Because this decision to eat this humble pie was not arrived at on your own volition.
He was done like this.
The way babies are open the mouth and they pour the porridge into it.
No, not only that, they also hold the nose.
And then they hold the nose so that
you have no option. You breathe through your mouth. You breathe in. The thing is in.
Then they beat your back so that the porridge can go down. So
then you see the surprised look on the child's face.
But as the child is trying to be surprised, guess what?
Food is in the stomach.
So as you're moving now forward, you're just walking, you're angry, but your stomach is full.
Yes. You can even cry if you want.
So you're asking how you behave thereafter.
Exactly. So you were forced, you're angry, but you were forced because you must eat. What you do later, does it matter how you swallowed? No. Or you've just said, okay, I've swallowed, let's move forward.
What we see and what we are seeing now is the foundation on which the current crop of political leaders have based their leadership, or what they call their leadership. Are they really for the people, or are they for getting the people to believe that they are for them? Because when someone sincerely understands and is repentant, do you see that? No. If I read from what I'm reading from the Deputy President, you are throwing NIS under the bus.
Yes, no.
Now, how long have these matters been going on? How long have people been talking about this? So long as the can is being kicked down the road, ni wale wale.
It's going to come back, I'm telling you. This is what I'm trying to say.
Wale wale.
It's going to rear its head. It's going to come back. If you are who you are, okay?
You think he'll remind us, by the way? Mlinifanya nimeza ile kitu.
Boss.
I think he will.
If you are who you are.
I think there's an opportunity for that. But you see, what then is lost in that conversation is what leadership in this country is meant to do. Why we vote for leaders, it's completely lost. Because now we're into a conversation where it's leaders against the citizenry.
Yeah.
The people who actually elected you.
And it should not be.
No, it shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be.
What I like about what we have witnessed so far is that it's outside of the established political, order. Okay. Yes. So, for instance, who remembers that opposition leaders keep calling press conferences to add their voice to this matter? For example, today they are on page 10 of the Nation. Are they anywhere on the Standard? Opposition leaders condemn Ruto over Tuesday bloodbath, and there's like a photo there of politicians from Azimio addressing journalists, and so their voice is just one of those voices. So who else has spoken? Okay, just add them. Who else has spoken? Add them. The main drivers of a conversation are different.
Completely.
You got to give it to Nairobi Senator, though, and I know time's good, but I have to say it. You have to give it to him. He stood in between two policemen, one who was ready to shoot, and he said, we don't have to do this.
Who's this?
Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna. It was a warrior on that day, I have to say. And some good pictures, but you could see that he was like, we don't have to do this. Stood in the face of the bullet, essentially. Yeah.
Okay. Keep it here. We moving on to the next hour, we'll be looking at, so how does it play out now with the president doing the thing that he has done? And remember, Parliament voted for the deployment of the military. So does the military go back to the barracks? And then what happens today? What happens today? 7 a.m. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
It's now 7 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. President William Ruto has returned the 2024 Finance Bill to Parliament by formally writing to the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, initiating the process to completely remove the bill. Earlier, President Ruto announced that he wouldn't sign the bill during his address to the nation and raised a debate as to whether he has the constitutional authority to do so, considering that MPs had started their recess until next month. However, according to Section 6 of the Constitution, if the President fails to sign a bill and fails to return it to Parliament within 14 days, the bill will automatically become law, a situation that made him write to the Speaker Wetangula about his decision to completely remove the bill. This means that Ruto has proposed the removal of the controversial clauses, and at least two-thirds of MPs must support the changes. After that, the Speaker will present it to the President, who will sign it, and it will become law. In his speech, Ruto acknowledged that Kenyans had clearly rejected the bill.
And listening keenly to the people of Kenya who have said loudly that they want nothing to do with this Finance Bill 2024, I concede, and therefore I will not sign the 2024 Finance Bill, and it shall subsequently be withdrawn, and I have agreed with these members that that becomes our collective position.
In addition, following thousands of Kenyans showing up in various parts of the country during the protests, President Ruto said he'll start holding meetings with the Gen Z, and he also asked various government departments to reduce on expenditure and face off corruption.
The judiciary and county governments, working with the National Treasury, also undertake budget cuts and austerity to ensure that we do live within our means, respecting the very loud message that is coming from the people of Kenya.
The Anti-Finance Bill 2024 protests have clearly shown that there exists a drift between the President's office and that of his deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, as they differ in their views. In a situation where Kenyans continue to ask themselves many questions, the move by President Ruto to issue a separate presser from that of Gachagua raised eyebrows. In his speech, Gachagua blamed the NIS for failing to advise the President about the outcome of the protests, further ordering their head to resign.
I thank our security officers who were on duty today for applying themselves to the best of their abilities in the defense of Kenya and its people.
Officers of the National Intelligence Service, officers of the National Police Service have told me in confidence they did not get advance intelligence briefs about the magnitude of the protest. And that is why the security sector was caught off guard by the intensity, the anger of the Kenyan people, the agitation of the Kenyan people, the resilience of the Kenyan people.
In addition, despite President Ruto admitting and assuring Kenyans that his government wouldn't encourage extrajudicial killings, Gachagua criticized the abductions of innocent Kenyans by police officers.
It is unbelievable that the son of the Honorable Attorney General of Kenya, Justin Bidan Muturi, was abducted at night in a commando style by officers of the National Intelligence Service and held incommunicado for 18 hours. Yet, that is the Honorable Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. What will happen to other Kenyans?
Bumula Member of Parliament Jack Wamboka now claims that his assistant has also been kidnapped. Wamboka has asked security officers to tell him exactly where they've taken his assistant.
Produce my personal assistant, Wangila Wabomba. Na mukome kabisa kuanza kunyanyasa sisi wabunge wa upinzani. It is so saddening, retrogressive. Wangila hana maneno yoyote amekosea mtu. Wacha kuendea kwa wale wanatufanyia kazi watu wetu. Wewe kama mnataka kunishika, shika mimi. Mimi ndio nilizungumuza bunge. Mimi ndio nilipiga kura bunge. Naomba serikali iwachane na watu wetu. I want my personal assistant produced. Why are you rattling us, Your Excellency?
The MP claims that the government has started harassing opposition MPs due to their stance on the finance bill, which has now been withdrawn. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on with traffic in the city this morning, and actually not much. As you come in from the eastern side of the city, we're not seeing really anything going on. I'm telling you, even when you see that there's no traffic on Jogo Road, just know that it's going to be a good day. Same goes for the Thika Super Highway, where there's nothing, absolutely no traffic. And when we say traffic, no hold-ups, not anywhere here at least. The Eastern Bypass coming in from that Roy Junction, some of that is going to go through towards Njiro and then find its way through towards Kangunda Road. Nothing happening here either. Coming off of Waiaki, where I think you'll be fine. Lower Kabete, out towards Spring Valley, that looks good as well. And if you're coming off of Limuru Road, I think we're going to have another day where traffic is not going to be a menace. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how this all opens up. Do talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, it's 7 minutes after 7. Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is The Situation Room, the agenda setter. We are here live every weekday morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on SpiceFM, live on KTN Home, on YouTube and Facebook, on TikTok. And Ednah will be switching on X in coming days. The conversations happen here every weekday morning. And this is also where we remind you, if you would like to watch what's happening in Germany, this is the Euros going on, and you're wondering, okay, now the time, where will I be? How do I just get to watch these things? You can actually get to watch all of them on Showmax. Subscribe to Showmax PL for 500 shillings a month, and you get to watch all the Euro games live, each one of them. Each one of them. And there's pre-match analysis, post-match analysis. There are special shows that I just prepared, looking at each team, profiling the teams, profiling the tournament itself, profiling what's happening, telling you about the cities and the venues and the stadia, all those things. Proper entertainment. Showmax PL, 500 bob. And Ndu, Stanbic is telling you to do what?
Switch.
And?
Win.
Ah, good.
Switch
How
and
do you
win.
do that?
First of all, you can open an account from where you are. Like right now, you can open an account with Standard. Stand big. Immediately. I can sit here right now, do it, take a selfie, ka-cha, and then open my account. Then what would I need to do? Fund your account with 50,000 shillings and you could win every week. What are we winning every week? First of all, 200,000 shillings or 100,000 shillings or 50,000 shillings. And then at the end of it all, we come into September and we have an opportunity to win $1 million bob, folks. You can do that just by funding your account. There's a basket of goodies that Stanbic has to offer. And one of those, imagine this. You buy a home, you get a home loan. And it's a fixed term rate of 9.5%. Not going to get it anywhere else in the market. But Stanbic says, because we see you, we're going to be able to do this for you. So you can also switch your salary account and you can come onto Stanbic, and every responsibility you have on that account, they can take it over. Salary payments, loan repayments, they can consolidate everything for you. They hear you, they feel you. Switch to Stanbic today.
Kabisa. So we saw what the president said yesterday and the action that happened thereafter. He communicated back to the National Assembly yesterday with a memorandum, presidential memorandum referral by the President of the Republic to the Speaker of the National Assembly, where he says, now, considering that there's a bill that has been brought to me for presidential assent, and in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution, taking into consideration the widespread expression of dissatisfaction by members of the public on the contents of the finance bill, in exercise of the powers conferred to me by the Constitution, and having reservations on the contents of the bill in its entirety, I decline to assent to the finance bill and refer the bill for reconsideration by the National Assembly with a recommendation for the deletion of all the clauses thereof. Basically, he's saying, take it back, delete everything. Now we want to understand, what does this basically mean and translate? We are joined by an advocate who is also the Deputy Secretary General of NAC Kenya, Asha Bashir, in the studio. Good morning, Asha.
Good morning, Eric.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
It's been a long time coming, right? Wanting to have you here for a while. It's good to have you here today.
Thank you,
How are you
Eric.
feeling?
I'm okay.
Very good.
On a Saturday, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, many deaths. We are mourning, of course, those that died, but also looking back at, okay, so let's reflect. What does this mean for our country going forward? To welcome you to the conversation, CT will give you the day's proverb. But before he does that, let me tell you about Roy Sambu. Okay, have you been to Roy Sambu?
Yes.
Aha. Now, in Roy Sambu, there's a new facility, okay? And it's the Aga Khan University Hospital's new facility. What's it called?
The Specialty Care Center.
Specialty Care Center.
Roy Sambu Specialty Care Center.
Yeah. When you go in there, what services do you get?
Well, quite a number of things,
Number
actually.
1.
Chemotherapy.
2.
Dialysis.
3.
General surgery.
4.
Day surgery, actually. And other specialty care that you would need.
All those things.
Yes.
You go in there and you get all the services. So, Asha, you don't have to go to the main facility on Parklands Road. All you just need to do is
go to Roy Sambu.
Go to Roy Sambu. Yeah. You get all those services there. All of them. And if you have a Jubilee insurance, a health insurance, you present it to them. Easy. They are one of the 700 facilities that actually accept the Jubilee insurance card. Okay? Jubilee Health Insurance, if you don't have it, think about it. Because the J-Care, they covers from 500,000 to 10 million shillings inpatient, outpatient. And the premiums are really reasonable. And they also have for the senior citizens. If you see any senior citizen in front of you, just tell them that the Jubilee Health Insurance has them covered as well. Siti, why don't you welcome our guest?
What you've just done isn't lost on me, by the way. The two of you clearing your throats as you mentioned senior citizens.
I was cold outside.
Of course it is. Yes, Eric, you were saying something.
Yeah. Our guest.
Yes.
Welcome, Howie, the day's proverb.
I will. Okay. And I'm not going to have a senior moment in case you're thinking that that's what's going to happen. Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. This is a simple, straightforward proverb. Too large a morsel chokes the child.
Too large a morsel chokes the child.
Yes.
Asha, what do you think this means?
That's very, very a good proverb, actually, for a day like this. For me, it's if I relate it to this country, then it is the current situation. If you don't handle something, it becomes bigger and you're not able to handle it. So for me, in simple terms, it's quite speaking to the current situation in the country. If we do not listen, if we do not take measures, then we will have an elephant in the room, and therefore we will not be able to swallow it.
Nice one. The morsel will become too large.
Yes.
And it will choke this child.
Yes. And the child now, in this context, is Kenya.
Very good. Very good. So, Wakwili, a quick one, eh? This commission of the President and the communication back to Parliament with the memorandum, where he says, and it's of course preceded by the national address that he made and said, I have heard what the Kenyan people are saying. It's not about piecemeal amendments to the bill. It's basically the entire principle of raising more taxes, even by a shilling, that they do not want. And I concede that we shall not go that route again. And therefore, I'm asking Parliament to then take action. Now, when he sends it back to Parliament and says, I recommend that you delete all clauses, what does that mean?
So, first of all, it's unfortunate that it got to that level, because this is something you should have handled earlier. That's my genuine opinion. You don't wait for lives, bloodshed for you to now cede ground. Secondly, what he did yesterday was basically say that, yes, I've listened finally to what Kenyans are saying about this bill, and I revert the bill, what normally happens by law is that he can revert it via memorandum. And this memorandum, there are options, of course. One, he can give the recommendation. That's one option, which now he did it last night by saying that I'm recommending for the entire clauses to be deleted. However, there's an elephant in the room because that leaves two options to Parliament. Parliament is on recess. Remember, it's a bill until there's presidential assent, because when there's an assent is when now we can call it an act. So for now, it's still a bill. The minute he referred it back to Parliament through a memorandum, then there's an elephant in the room, because the two options are, yes, Parliament, the Speaker can call for a special sitting because we all know they're on recess, and they debate on this matter, and the mover of the motion now will be the majority leader. So he'll move the motion and say, the President recommends this. Now, where there's the elephant in the room is that there are two options at that stage. Parliament might decide to consider the recommendations of the President and therefore abide by it, or might decide we want to stick to the bill as it is. Okay? Or the third option actually is that they might decide to make some alterations. However, yes, it is true that he did the memorandum, but this war is not done for Kenyans until Parliament sits, and through the special sitting, and the mover of the motion, who's the majority leader, tables and actually says that this motion I'm tabling, the President has. So he does what we call the censoring and says, now this is what has been presented by the President.
Right.
But if the members of Assembly, and we're looking at the worst case scenario for Kenyans, the members of Parliament say, we are not going to go with the recommendations of the President, and they have a right under the Constitution to return the bill as it is. What happens? Okay? So this is an interesting situation.
Yeah, what happens legally?
Because if they return, the President has the option of either ascending to it, we are back to that stage, or not ascending. Because remember, his recommendations have not been followed to the latter. So if he doesn't ascend, of course, within 14 days, after the 14 days, it becomes a law.
14 days of
from the period that it has been reverted by the Speaker of the National Assembly. So for now, we need the 2/3 members to vote for that bill. So I'm not worried, like I saw Kenyans saying whether the House will sit because they're on recess. There's a ground. They can call for a special. Yeah, they can sit on a special like they did yesterday. And if there's goodwill from the members of Parliament and the executive, then they can ensure that bill ends and dies automatically there by following the recommendations of the President. However, if the members of Parliament, because we again are still guided by this document, if they decide to exercise the doctrine of separation of powers and say, you know what, we've looked at the recommendations, however, we still believe this bill is good for Kenyans, they can still return it. So it doesn't die an automatic death at that moment.
I've got a question. When the leader of majority comes now to the floor of the House and says, this is the memorandum from the President, and then they have to decide, is there a threshold of the number of members of Parliament who have to agree with the President?
2/3.
2/3 of members of Parliament.
So what happens, Eric, in both situations, if they decide that the mover of the motion, which is now the majority leader, says, I'm tabling this and this is the recommendation, they will debate, and of course 2/3 will vote. If 2/3 vote in favor of what the President said, then it dies there. However, if again 2/3 decide we are now not going to follow that route, we feel the bill is right for the country, then it moves to that stage of reverting it back to the President through the National Assembly Speaker.
Okay, so Asha, what is it right now? Does it in this moment, because it seems as though it's like no man's land, but neither here nor there, with then the decline to assent, as well as the recommendation for total seizure of it, right?
Yeah.
So what is it actually? Is it a parliamentary suggestion? Is it still a bill? What is it?
So at this stage, it's like I said, it becomes an act once the President assents to it.
Yeah.
For now, it's a bill.
Okay.
He's reverted it back. So reverting it back with recommendations, because he might choose. There are options in the law that he might say, I'm going to be quiet. Of course, the lapse of 14 days from the moment, then it becomes a law. He might decide what he has done now revert back to Parliament with recommendations.
Yeah.
However, now that's what I'm saying with the recommendations. There are two options here.
He can do this or
the members can decide to look at what he's saying and see, okay, we have the 2/3, so we vote and voila, the bill is gone. The second option is, no, we feel there's a doctrine of separation of powers and we, as members of Parliament, think this bill is good.
Okay, so it still remains a bill for now.
Yes.
Can we go with conjecture? I mean, and I'm not saying can we do it now, but I'm saying that if we see what has happened historically, where members of Parliament in the majority are of the party for which the president also happens to be the party leader.
Yes.
We have seen historically that they have gone ahead with what a party position is. What we also hear yesterday is that this is a party position. It is. He was flanked by members of the party who are members of Parliament as well. So can we say that it is likely that they will go with what the position is of the president, who also happens to be the party leader? Can we go with that conjecture?
You know, it's in a country, and forgive me, in a country where people don't respect this document, that's where we fall. Because right now, the conduct of the members of Parliament shows there is no trust in it. Okay? You are elected by the people of Kenya to come and actually legislate on their behalf. Your employer is not the political party. Your employer is the people of Kenya. So the minute you delegate and you decide now, no, my employer is the party leader and so I'm going to follow the party leader. Yes, in normal regimes, they have the numbers. And that's why somehow we find ourselves in the situation we are, that laws are passed that are not favorable to Mwananchi because we have the muscle and we say we have the numbers. However, on this specific situation, the issue is the goodwill. Because you can look at it, it might be the head of state has goodwill and decides, okay, I'm going to, after seeing what has happened, I'm ceding ground and yes, I will marshal my troops to give the 2/3, okay? Or it might be, again, a gameplay. Because in Kenya, anything can happen. It might be a gameplay that I'm washing my hands off this and saying, you know what, me, I did my part as a president, I did not ascend, I reverted it back to Parliament. Parliament has done what it has done. I have no power. And legally, yes, he cannot overstep on that institution because it's a different arm of government altogether. However, like I said, where does the buck stop? The presidency, yeah? But then it also stops on the members of Parliament. Because had they listened, and it's quite unfortunate that we have to wait until there's a lot of bloodshed for us to have this national conversation. And the national conversation is happening at a time where we have a problem and a serious crisis of leadership not following the constitution. My sister, I'll tell you, if today you have a problem and you're arrested, even for traffic or a minor offense, the law will follow up with you.
Yeah.
But the same does not apply. So that's why I've always said there's selective justice. So it seems we are moving, telling Kenyans now, respect the rule of law. But the same does not apply. So where we are as a country is because we decided we're not going to listen to the 2010 constitution. And as such, now we've decided to run the show and do what we feel we are the own constitution. So that anarchy is where we have an issue. And you can see clearly, if it's interesting to watch, because if the parliament decides to follow the recommendations of the president through the memorandum that he did last night, then we'll see there's goodwill as a Kenyan. But if Parliament now says no, as we think, then you'll know it's just a gameplay, because that's what has been happening. You can see how the president and the deputy are reading from different scripts. Yes. So we are in a government of blame game.
But the likelihood of, because we have seen the members of Parliament from Kenya Kwanza going with the president, the likelihood of them not going with the president this time is slim, right? Now, we need 2/3 of members of Parliament to make a decision on this one. 2/3 of 349 is 232.
Yes.
It's possible to get to 232?
Yes, it is possible.
Okay.
That is if the opposition agrees to play game.
That is not only the opposition. For me, like I said, Eric, and I'm coming back, if there's no mischief.
From anyone?
From both the executive and now the parliamentarians. Because you see, if there's mischief, it is easy for me, if I was the head of state, to say I did my part.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because I can come and say.
So the mischief here could be this whole thing is just a game.
It's just a game.
I'm returning it, and then when you guys
for
go
public,
in there,
just because the pressure is too much, I'm returning it. I've followed the law. I've done the memorandum. I've said revert. But Parliament has the powers to say we still feel this document is the best.
And then you will come back today and say, there's a position whereby you could actually come back and say, look, man, I did what
Parliament refused to.
Yeah, I did my recommendation, but the Parliament voted not to follow or provided the bill. Or you see that the power now lies in Parliament.
And there would be an individual member of Parliament who would actually now come out to the public and show their head as being the one that says, I do not want to amend this bill.
Yes.
But are we saying, therefore, that the reality of the conversation we're having in that the MPs who are aligned to the president, the Kenya Kwanza Brigade, that there is a likelihood or not of them actually taking orders as they've been taking orders before? Is that not the discussion? Is there a likelihood that they would not take orders?
Because historically we have seen that, and we have heard that if this is the position that has been spelt out in whatever manner, that usually they follow.
I think what Asha is saying is that we are not sure what order they've been given.
I'm in agreement.
Okay.
In fact, that responds to the thing I am saying, because what, as Eric said today, on the face of it, these are words that we've heard, but what have they been told? What script saying, since this is the demand, this is what will be spoken, so it is heard. However,
that is political suicide.
Because for me, I'm looking at it. There is no, why I'm saying that perhaps, and I use the word perhaps, there is a mischief, is because look at how even the voting happened. The rush, the pressure. The government knew clearly Kenyans don't want, unless you live in another planet. But if you live here, you could see clearly Kenyans of all walks are saying it is not even about the young people anymore. But all Kenyans are saying, for the first time, it's issue-based. We're saying, no, we don't want this bill. But you keep on pushing and pushing and pushing. Then all of a sudden, look at the speech he made the day before at night, which for me was quite wrong, but look at that speech and then the turn of events the next day. So for me as a Kenyan, and I speak for myself, I will only trust the process until when the MPs do a special sitting and vote and say, now this is done and we are following the recommendations of the president. Before then, it's just a game.
Asha, on Tuesday you saw Saul. On Wednesday you saw Paul. Okay? Yeah. Something happened on the road to Damascus. It's possible. If members of parliament go and vote and they say delete every clause, what then happens? Does it cease being a bill?
Yes, it ceases. So what we will now be back to, because there is no crisis, you see, we'll just go back to the last year's finance bill, 2023, which is now an act, and the Appropriation Act for last year, and the country moves on. Now, the only issue that we have right now is that, like I said, is this process. Will the special sitting take place? Because remember, he's given the recommendation back to the House.
Okay.
So now the ball is in the National Assembly. Okay? So in the National Assembly, any eventuality can happen. The good side is that they might listen and decide we now move on forward and say we are actually considering the recommendations and we've voted 2/3 and we are good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this is the finance bill.
Yes.
The appropriations bill is a different bill altogether.
Yes.
And there's an appropriations bill for 2024, 2025.
Yes.
Which is based on some revenue projection that includes some 340-something billion shillings that was contained in the finance bill.
Yes.
So should Parliament also then relook the appropriations bill?
Yeah, but you see,
like, is it expected? Is it going to be procedural that if you then, if even if last week they had rejected anything with the finance bill in the second reading, would Parliament then be forced to relook at the appropriations?
Yes, but you see, once this bill, because they're working hand in hand, okay, it's just like it's like the two hands or two fingers in your hand. So basically, like I said, there's no much crisis because we will, first of all, if the bill dies, then we revert to the previous 2023 bill, the one that we've been using, 2022-2023, the budget allocated. Now, for the appropriation bill, The appropriation bill, remember, is depicting figures that are not in tandem with this.
Yep.
So they have the options of the 60-day to amend, but now because there's no bill to amend to, automatically we relapse back to the 2023 Act, 2022-2023 bill act that was passed and the Appropriation Act that was passed at that time. So there's no vacuum per se.
Isn't the Appropriation Act time-bound?
But now,
isn't it for a 12-month period?
Yes, but now we have the 60-day window period that now Parliament will revisit on that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So they must still revisit the appropriations
they must, so
bill.
that it works in tandem with the current bill that we're going to use in terms of revenue.
Okay.
But as when the way the politicians were putting it that there's crisis, there's no crisis. We will still use the previous bill and life will go on.
We can still
the
operate
2023.
on something.
Yes,
Okay.
the budget will continue.
Let's
the
take a
country
break.
won't come to a standstill.
7:30, Kenya's biggest conversation. This morning we are hosting Asha Bashir. She's an advocate and she's also the Deputy Secretary General of NARC Kenya. She's here to give us some civic education and understanding. So what are we seeing? What does it mean? He'll also talk to us shortly about what we saw Parliament doing yesterday, which was approving the deployment of the military after a Gazette order had been issued by the Cabinet Secretary. What comes before the other? What does the law say in this aspect? Of course, we know that the matter has been taken to court by the Law Society of Kenya. We'll discuss the legal aspects of it shortly. Keep it here. Ndu, tell us about the weather.
You bet.
Okay. And traffic. Okay? Sawa.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
It's dark out in Nairobi, 12 degrees. We'll see highs of 20, highs of 23 in a partly sunny Nakuru at 13, and we'll see highs of 20 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 13 as well. It's 12 and sunny in Eldoret with highs of 23, and we're looking into a cloudy Mombasa at 23 with highs of 28. Malindi at 24 will be sunny through Thursday with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 28 in a mostly sunny Kisumu at 19. It's 18 and sunny in Kakamega with highs of 26, and looking into Kampala, sunny at 22 with highs of 27. While we'll see highs of 30 in a mostly sunny Dar es Salaam at 23. This morning, Johannesburg cloudy at 7 will come down to lows of 6, and Mogadishu at 25. Sunny today with highs of 29 and 15 in Addis Ababa. It's sunny going to highs of 21. Lagos is cloudy at 24 with Kinshasa clear at 22 going to highs of 32.
Spice up your life.
So odd, but we're not having a traffic morning today. There's not much coming off of Thika Superhighway, actually very clear in and outbound traffic. Also traffic coming in from Outer Ring, not posing a problem here at all. Coming off of the Northern Bypass and then through towards Kiambu Road. Jogo Road, clear. Nothing coming off the Eastern Bypass. Mombasa Road looks good getting out into the city. One for the books, I might say. We're going to keep an eye on things either way. Let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Spice FM, Nakuru. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
27 minutes to 8. Our conversation continues with the Deputy Secretary General of NARC Kenya, Asha Bashir, advocate as well. Asha, we had this conversation last year, and we even had members of Parliament here, the chairman of the Defence and Foreign Relations Committee and others, and we asked, at the point last year when the military was deployed to assist in security operations in the north, that was done before parliamentary approval, and then they went to inform Parliament thereafter. We have seen it a repeat of the same. A Gazette notice is issued, and then Parliament is informed. What does the law say about deployment of Kenya Defence Forces in country?
Eric, like I said, the biggest crisis we have as a country is that we don't want to follow the law because the law is very clear. And I would want to read perhaps what the CS Duale used in his Gazette notice, Article B. And this is just the Constitution, 241B, and it says, shall assist Defense forces shall assist and cooperate with other authorities in situations of emergency or disaster and report to the National Assembly whenever deployment in such circumstances, and may be deployed to restore peace in any part of Kenya affected by unrest, instability, with the approval of the National Assembly. Now, the biggest challenge we have as a country, like I said again, we go back to the law. First of all, the protests is not the first in the history of Kenya. That I have to be very clear. This is something, it's an irony when the executive decides to send police to Haiti and release KDF to young people on the streets who are just simply saying, reject the finance bill. There was no emergency, in my opinion, that warranted that. Whatever happened on Tuesday, is something that the police could handle. There was nothing special to call the military to come and do, number one. So we have misplaced priorities. Number two, it is interesting even to see how Parliament, the CS gazettes that in the evening, and in the morning they hurriedly do it in a record of 30 minutes. Now, when that was tabled, things that should be tabled, these are matters of national interest. We are talking about the defense forces that are being released to Kenyans. We expected, and the provisions are very clear, that the CS, as they table this, would then stipulate the background on why the KDF should be on the Kenyan streets, where the deployment will take place, so that you don't wake up in the morning and you leave SpiceFM and you find KDF at the door. Yeah. Then number three, we need to know the period, the length at which this operation that the KDF will be on the streets, in the Kenyan streets, how long will that take? That was not followed. What we saw was members of Parliament hurriedly not allowing room for debate, because it's very clear, if you table a motion, what is the essence of tabling a motion that Kenyans cannot debate? And I say Kenyans because those members of Parliament derive their authority from Kenyans. So if your member of Parliament goes to Parliament, in a span of 30 minutes, we are talking about an issue of national importance. You're in a hurry to pass this thing as if it's something wrong. In the first instance, there was nothing wrong in tabling it. If at all your conscience is clear, table it and give members of Parliament and live coverage. Let us as Kenyans see, because that's our right, see how this debate unfolds. But most importantly, for me, my worry was the blanket, the absolute disrespect to the rule of law, and the throwing of the statement that now we are deploying Kenya Defense Forces. There was no disaster, Eric. If it was flooding or anything else, I would say there's a disaster.
And even then, we didn't see that.
And even that, we didn't see. At the time that the country was going through disaster, we didn't see. But because our priorities are wrong, and this regime has a problem of not listening to Kenyans, because even the issue of Haiti and the police, the matter is in court.
But maybe. Let's just flip the coin and maybe let's play the devil's advocate here.
Yes, please
By
do.
Tuesday evening, when Aiden Duale was publishing the Gazette notice, what had happened, if it was in America, they'd have used the word insurrection. Okay? There was an invasion of Parliament, the institution of Parliament. There was an invasion of the institution of the judiciary by people going into the Supreme Court building and others. Okay? The president used the word treason, treasonous events, and saying, because of what we have seen, this is an attack on our democracy. The president said that. It's an attack on our democracy and an attack on our institutions that are the bedrock of that democracy. This is unprecedented.
What constitutes an attack on our institutions, really?
Something like that. An insurrection.
No, something like a disobedience of it. If that represents a disobedience, yes, but where else do we witness a disobedience, a total abrogation of the Constitution, a total manipulation of the Constitution? Where else do we see it? So if that is treasonous and we follow that trend of thought, then there are many other people who have actually been treasonous. So where do we start and where do we stop?
Now that is a whataboutism city. What about the other guys? What about the? But let's deal with the matter at hand.
But you see, Eric,
on this matter at hand, was there public incursion into
the
institution of Parliament?
Before the protest on Monday, the cabinet secretary, who is actually an advocate, comes out and says, I will respect, I will do this. Eric, what is hard about you allowing, you debate inside there? Remember, these are public properties. Parliament is not a property owned by one person. It is not a reserve of an individual. It is our own taxpayers' money that actually put these people there, first of all. So what stops the government from respecting the rule of law had they not thrown tear gas or shot at people. Because what we are receiving, the information we're receiving is that there were people who were shot even before they came to parliament. Okay?
Right. Yep.
Yeah? So if you decide to go on a war with your own citizens, you come the day before and say, you know what, we are peaceful, we are okay, we will respect the law. Then the next day, you stroke. What was hard about this regime allowing the young protesters to just camp outside parliament and you do your business and let the police officers, because they're doing their job, put a buffer zone at the gate, and these people just pitch camp outside there and listen. What was the worst that could have happened? The minute you start shooting, the minute you start throwing tear gas, you're the one actually provoking these Kenyans. What I can say as a Kenyan, it was a provocation. Because there were people even on the top. Someone was shooting from the top of the parliament. What did you expect these young people to do? You're shooting at us. We have the right to defend ourselves. So the mayhem was caused by failure of the government respecting the constitution.
Okay.
Allow these people to do their peaceful protests. If you don't interfere, you saw it even on Tuesday, the other week.
So police are out of control. Citizens also got out of control.
To note because
bring the military to bring control.
But I want this very clear, that it's not all police officers, because again, it's a section. Okay, that was shooting. Let's also not be insensitive to that. There were others who were very polite and just doing their duty as per the law. But at what instance do you call the KDF to come and exactly do what? Because by the time this was happening, everything was now coming to a standstill. People were dead on the streets, bodies were lying outside parliament. It was a very sad situation. The police are there. So you send police to Haiti, but you want to unleash KDF to young people.
Can I ask a question by way of definition, and maybe it will help us, because there's certain terms that were then being thrown out here. What's the difference then between a security emergency and a state of emergency? Because we were very clearly from the CS's Gazette that Kenya was in a security emergency, and that is what then warranted that KDF would then be deployed to buffer the security situation. What does that mean in terms of definition? Because the state of emergency, from what we understand, means that then the president can then allow certain things. There would be emergency funds released, there would be deployment of 1, 2, 3. But in this case, those words were not used. What does it mean?
You know, it's interesting. Like I said, for me, this is just an interesting event, because you cannot say it's a security emergency, and because if it was a state of emergency, you actually put it correct that there's a whole kitty, there's a whole government infrastructure deployed. It's not only the military, yeah.
And a state of emergency is allowed by parliament.
Yes, it's allowed by parliament, and it's multi-sectorial. You know, you don't just wake up and pick Eric and say, you know, KDF now, you go and do this. Number two, what was the security emergency about? Because security emergency, I'm assuming, should be a situation that is a threat to the entire nation. Okay, these are protesters who are bitter that you're not listening to them, that you're sending police officers to come and shoot at young people, that you're actually disrupting their peaceful protest. And then the second question is, this protest happened last week. Yeah, why was there no issue of incidences of this until at the time we said we're not going to allow, we will now continue with the rage, the 7-day rage? Why was it that last week it was peaceful? Because the police minded their business. What they were supposed to do under the law was protect and ensure that there's, order in that. So the minute the CS claims it's an security emergency, what was the emergency all about? Because there were dead bodies all over. Remember, these young protesters don't have guns. I'm assuming you'll call a security emergency if these two forces had weapons. And now it's a Kosovo, They are shooting, these guys are shooting. If you redeploy KDF and say you want to save, it's okay. But you're shooting people who are unarmed.
And cannot defend themselves.
And cannot, you're carrying a gun for crying out loud. And these people don't have guns. They don't even have stones, the way people used to allege Kitambo, we throw stones. There were no stones. These are young people who just came and you're shooting at them. Then you declare that an emergency. It is actually us, the young people of Kenya, who feel we are not safe. It is us who need that protection from KDF. It is not the state. Because that institution that he claims to protect, and it was actually sad because the head of state stood and spoke about the incident on the first day with no remorse on the people who died. Okay? But instead was more of threats and saying, the military, security personnel. For us, a security emergency happens if there is a combative mood and where people are armed. We are releasing weapons, you're releasing weapons, I'm shooting, you're doing this, you're doing this. If you ask for backup, that's okay. But who are you fighting?
That's a good question. Now, here we are, and I think situations like this always present themselves with an opportunity for education.
Yes.
Now, when we did see the Gazette, there was all kinds of things running around that. What should have come first? Should a message have been sent to Parliament? It should have been gazetted. When you ask for this to happen, then does Parliament need to say which came before the other, and how is that actually supposed to work?
Now, like I said, this whole thing is interesting because in the first place, my opinion is, and still is, there was no need for the KDF. There was no emergency there, first of all. But second, the rule of law is very clear that you want to deploy these people, you will have to go through Parliament, okay? Once Parliament approves is when you gazette. You don't go backwards,
you don't gazette
number
first.
one. Number two is that even when you take that to Parliament, there are two things that happen. You must inform, as you do the motion, where are you deploying these people? Is it the whole country, including our small villages and wards where we come from, or is it specific areas? And to what extent and how many days should this operation continue? Okay? And what is the background? What is the rationale for having these people? And then after you deploy, again, the CS must come back and report to the same National Assembly on the status. Okay? So the problem is we usurp. We worked with emotions. We wake up and see, they actually went to Parliament. For us now, because of status quo, we say now we are scared. So what do? Go and then hurriedly do things. Because when you look at yesterday how parliamentarians acted, it is quite sad because it was like pass, rubber stamp what the executive is saying. And you could see up to now, we do not know as Kenyans for how long do we have KDF around. Why are they being removed from their military barracks? To come and do what exactly?
How many officers?
And how many officers? And where? And where? So do I expect if I leave here Spice and go to the market, will I find these people at the market? Those are now the pertinent questions. But because we don't want to follow the law, we are more of me, myself, and I. That's the reason why we are where we are. Because these Kenyans did not have to die in the first place had the government followed the law. And secondly, had they learned to listen. Because sovereign power lies with the people. But when you want to now usurp all the powers and say, because even when you look at it, even the statement on finances, it's quite a sham. Because you can't come and preach water and take wine. You tell us now we cut down expenditure, but you're actually having unconstitutional offices. Okay? So you not listening, you're actually playing the devil's advocate. Because what you're doing is giving us two versions. And that's the situation. And the saddest part to the head of state is that Kenyans are now at a point that they don't trust him. Because you say this, tomorrow you wake up, you say this. The previous night, the tone was different. Within a span of 24 hours, 2 press conferences, different tones. So for me, the rule of law is not being respected. And that, Eric, is where the buck stops. That's where we are failing as Kenyans.
Do you mention something about not wasting this opportunity? The entire discussion that we've been having arises from our debts. We borrowed. We are told that the damage of this debt requires us to pay up to 70% of what it is that we earn and that we have, isn't it? Is the conversation around our debt now lost? Because there are many things around debt. Are we really paying what we ought to pay? I mentioned yesterday, this debt I wonder, it never reduces.
Surely, if I owe you 100 shillings and I pay you 10 today, tomorrow I only owe you 90.
It never reduces. Because every time it is mentioned, government officials tell you how we've reduced it, and it's in the trillions. They say, this is good. Then you mention the debt, it's exactly where we were before. I understand the dollar thing in Majig and the Kenya shilling, that and I get. But this story didn't start then. This story started before. Are we saying that if we actually follow the Constitution and all the government officials around the debt management and people who are supposed to a debt register where we know where we are and what it is we're paying for, if this conversation was had and we could actually see it, would we at least have started on the path of sorting out this big issue that we have? Because somewhere along the line, what I see, and from what you're saying, there are people who seem very vested in ensuring that we keep chasing our tails, that the discussion becomes something else other than what we ought to be discussing.
So for me, I like that you raised that. I was... as a country, we've worked and championed so hard for our political rights. I mean, that's why we can actually go to the street and have those freedoms. But while we were doing that, in the second phase, and that's where we are now fighting for liberation on our economic rights. That's the position we are in. It's no longer political rights, it's more of the economic rights. We are in a situation where both the former regime and the current regime have decided to usurp their powers. And like I said, again, we go back. People don't want to respect structures. For me, the issue as a young Kenyan is not even the finance bill that now has been reverted back to parliament. The issue is accountability, number one. Number two is our financial situation as a nation. What is it that we are collecting? What is it that is going to debt? And this monster, because it's an umbilical cord that we must cut, this monster called debt, how did we get here? Because when the former president Mwai Kibaki, may his soul rest in peace, left the country, we could see the economic transformation in this country. So where did we now start picking debts that have, one, don't reduce, two, there's no accountability, we are not told how much this money went to, what it did. And these debts, remember, debts are only taken for long-term and mid-term on development, not to pay Eric or Asha, for example, okay? So first of all, we have an issue because this debt, we seem not to be told, and there's no accountability and openness on that matter. Like I said, we fought so hard for our political rights, but we forgot our economic rights, because those are our rights. We need to know this money you're borrowing on our behalf. Remember, this debt as it is, not only will I pay as a young Kenyan, but generations to come after me will still be tied to it. So it is like we are passing a generation to a generation debt. Okay? Now, the conversation for me, other than the bill, was fine. We are rejecting the bill. But we have a monster in the house, and the monster is debt. This debt, we need a public audit in terms of what did this money do? Number one. Because in that, I am very sure, that's where now again we fail. Because in that, you'll find there is wastage of public resources. And in that wastage, there is a law. If I steal this constitution from your office, the law will catch up with me. So we have multi-sectoral agencies, from the asset recovery to anti-corruption, plus the courts, all this. It's a whole institution, So what we are simply saying is, can this debt issue be addressed once and for all? Can the ministers, finance minister and the government, which now is headed by the President William Ruto, come out and tell Kenyans, hii ndio deni, this is the amount, and this is the breakdown. Because what are you hiding? It's a debt we are paying. If we are paying, it is courtesy that you tell us where this money went to. And then now we do a forensic audit. If you say amount X went to, let's say, building SpiceFM and office, then was that value correct?
But isn't
and where does the buck stop?
And I think then first be able to make the connection, Asha, because folks were saying, okay, so why are we bringing the debt issue into it? Because, the money that a country will collect, revenue, right? We are saying that right now Kenya is taking almost 70% of that revenue. And it is 70. It's over 70%.
It's actually 89
of that revenue. Right?
So for every 100 shillings, 89 goes to debt.
So we're saying that 89 of that 100 shillings, 89 is going towards paying debt.
Yes.
And where we are getting this money from, essentially, is core components now of what the finance bill was proposing. That let's mop up a little bit from here. Let's levy another tax here and collect some more and collect some more. So that this money that we've collected, essentially we will take it and pay debt. And that's what Kenyans are paying for. But we're saying, like you said, if you build SpiceFM, we should at least be able to see that SpiceFM is standing somewhere and see that, okay, yes, that's where the money actually went. But the problem being here today is that we cannot see where development expenditure actually went. Over 10 trillion shillings over, specific amount of time. Where has that money gone? And are we essentially saying that this House of Parliament essentially has not done the due diligence when it comes to insisting that there be transparency and open communication as concerns all of these things. Tell people the truth. Have an up-to-date debt register. Have a forensic audit of the debt. And then recommend that those who are responsible for making these things happen and didn't do the right thing must be brought to book. Why can't we see things like this happening?
Like I said, we are going back. People are not respecting the constitution. We have members of parliament who their interest is to come and serve one person, the president. So therefore, whether the regime does the right thing or wrong, tunasema hallelujah. That is the biggest problem we have. So they delegate the duties that we put them to do there, number one. Number two, the issue of debt. We have, when Moi left power, he left us with one pool of debt. Now we have several. You're pulled here, you're pulled here, you're pulled here, you're pulled here, including domestic debt. Domestic debt, actually, which is controlled by a few. Because when you look at the interest that is paid to these banks, it's almost $1 trillion on interest. So it shows you that there's a whole system. We are now being controlled by a certain crop of people who are less than 1%. And now the issue of debt. Had Parliament done its job, because this debt you borrow should appear somewhere. It should feature either in a budget, we should see it in the consolidated fund. And that money, the parliamentarians are able to take stock. If you tell me you've built SpiceFM, a 1-bedroom, let's use it a house. If I build a 1-bedroom house and I say I've used 1 billion, does it make sense? So that's why the forensic audit comes up about. So the problem is we do not want to respect the law. And because it is me, myself, and I, mimi na tumbo yangu, and sorry to say that, so I will come, if Eric is the president and Eric tells me, turn left, I'll turn left. I'll not follow what I swore to protect and uphold. So what happens? You come, you don't even legislate, you don't even care. If you ask most of these members of parliament how much was allocated to what, or even leave alone even the budget issue. And it's sad. Ask them, there's a bill, you were in parliament when this act came into place. Didn't you see this and this? Why are we having amendments all the time to acts of parliament? And they don't even know. Majority, they are shocked. They ask you, which act? Some will tell you, I was not in parliament. But when you go and check the time the act came, yes, he was there or she was there. So that shows you, you're in to come, get your sitting allowance, be seen a bit talking on one aspect, then voila, you go. So you don't care about Kenyans, you don't care what is in the bill. And this debt monster, Eric, if we do not solve it, and we do not have a national conversation about the debt, what are we paying?
How do we solve it? How do we do that? Because you see, the debt has already been procured. Okay? Parliament has approved some of that debt. If we were to say that we're going back, where do we start? From where do we start? And I keep asking this question, so how can we commence this forensic audit?
The best.
What aspects of the law would we use?
You see, like I said again, we don't have a problem with the laws. In fact, I laugh when people think about mutilating this document, because I call it mutilation. It's implementation that is lacking. Now, this issue of debt, for me, is a national conversation, which we ought to have as a country. The government, we have rights as Kenyans that we can demand for an audit through courts, through even what we are doing now, the engagement with the head of state and parliament. This debt, for me, the best solution is actually to push both through courts and through even parliament, or even through what we now did with the finance bill, public pressure on the government, that it is time. This debt cuts across board. The way I feel the pinch is the way Eric will feel, the way any other Kenyan will feel. So let us have a discussion about it and put pressure that we need to actually release this debt and have a forensic audit. If Eric took some amount of money from that debt, then you be held liable. You cannot make Kenyans suffer because we want to appease you. So this issue of debt, my recommendation would be, let's have a national discussion. Let us endeavor to fight for our economic rights, because the political rights are gone. And as such, once we have that national conversation and we say, now this is the amount that was borrowed and an audit is done, where did this money go? Who took this money? We have entities. Why are we paying anti-corruption? What is the work of the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission? What is the role of judiciary? What is the role of asset recovery? Because if my sister here looted and said, I've built a 1-bedroom house and took 1 trillion shillings, she should not only be arrested, but asset recovery should move in to secure what is left. And she should now face the full force of the law.
Okay.
But when we don't do that, what we do is appease a certain crop, but you want to push down that burden to Kenyans who do not even know. Which is not fair. I come back to what I said, it's selective justice.
Asha, thank you for joining us today. Asha Bashir is the Deputy Secretary General of NARC Kenya. She's an advocate. She's been our guest for this hour. Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 8 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Umaga. The High Court will today rule on a petition filed by the Law Society of Kenya challenging the deployment of the Kenya Defence Forces amid the ongoing anti-finance bill protests. The court ordered parties in the case to appear virtually for a brief hearing in the petition pitting the LSK against the state and the Defence Cabinet Secretary. In documents filed in court, LSK says that no state of emergency under Article 58 of the Constitution has been declared by President William Ruto in exercising his constitutional mandate under Article 132(4)(d) of the Constitution. They say that the Tuesday Gazette notice by Defence Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale is contrary to the Constitution and poses a huge threat of violation of the fundamental rights and freedoms of many Kenyans. This event comes as some opposition MPs have also rejected the deployment, terming it as unnecessary.
What Parliament did today was give a blank check of deployment to the KDF, essentially a blank authority. They can go anywhere, they can go anytime, they can go for any purpose for an undefined period. That is the description of a military state. And essentially as Parliament, we just granted Kenya to be a military state.
The Speaker, for the first time since this Parliament began, arrived in the House more than 30 minutes from 9:30. Clearly you can see, and evidently so, the Speaker was still getting instructions or receiving instructions from elsewhere.
Azimio La Umoja coalition has threatened to move to court if government excesses against demonstrators continue. Co-principal Kalonzo Musyoka claimed that over 2,200 Kenyans lost their lives while protesting across the country, but we are yet to independently verify on his claims. According to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, 22 people were killed in Nairobi, Isiolo, Mombasa and Kakamega, while 300 were injured and 50 others were arrested. The military was deployed to assist the police in restoring order on Tuesday evening following reports of extensive shooting in several city estates, particularly Juja and Githurai. This event comes as today police have already been deployed to different parts of the country ahead of the anticipated Gen Z protests dubbed Occupy State House. President William Ruto has announced that his administration will shelve 200 billion shillings worth of projects following the contentious financial bill's withdrawal due to widespread protests by young people. Speaking from State House, Ruto stated that the government will no longer finance these projects as part of the austerity measures adopted after dropping the bill. Among the shelved projects are major infrastructure developments, including road construction. President Ruto also announced budget cuts across the executive, judiciary, legislature and devolved units, targeting areas such as hospitality and travel. According to the president, this decision aligns with the public's rejection of the finance bill, which he was scheduled to sign into law on Thursday.
And listening keenly to the people of Kenya who have said loudly that they want nothing to do with this Finance Bill 2024, I concede, and therefore I will not sign the 2024 Finance Bill, and it shall subsequently be withdrawn, and I have agreed with these members that that becomes our collective position.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry. Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
On a dark, cold morning in Nairobi, there's not much in terms of traffic. We're getting in and out of the city real fast, chop, chop, no problems whatsoever. Coming in all the way from the Thika Superhighway, Roiro coming in. It's clear, it's smooth all the way inside the city, and then out you have it done in no time whatsoever. Coming in Spring Valley, up ahead, Lower Kabete, there's no traffic coming off Wayaki Way. James Gishoro looks good. Gong Road, Naivasha Road coming into Ngong Road, nothing. Getting into the CBD Uhuru Highway and then getting on from Mombasa Road, coming in all the way from Imara Daima out towards General Motors, through and through, nothing. No traffic today. It's day 2 of zero traffic. Let's keep an eye on what it looks like as we get through the morning. We'll talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, so what's that clinic in Roysambu called? The center?
It's called the Roysambu Specialty Care Center.
Say that again?
Specialty Care Center.
The Roysambu Specialty Care Center.
Yes.
By the Aga Khan University Hospital.
Yes.
And what services are they offering?
All in the belief that healthcare should be close to where you work and you live. The Roysambu Specialty Care Center then offers up stuff that you would normally have to travel to look for. There is chemotherapy, dialysis. There is also, your general day surgeries, and also specialty care when it comes to certain illnesses. And there are many specialists on board, coming from your oncologists to your gastroenterologists, and also your internal medicine specialists, as well as your general surgeons. And so all of this available. You don't have to go far to look for it. Right at the Roysambu roundabout at the Jewel Center and a Jewel Plaza rather, and you can find all of this care right there. Again, in the belief that healthcare should not be far away from you. It's the Aga Khan University Hospital believing that healthcare should be delivered here and now.
That is one of 700 healthcare providers that will accept your Jubilee Health Insurance card. If you have the J-Care plan, which is Jubilee's J-Care plan, it's 6 different levels of coverage to choose from, with inpatient cover going up to a whopping 10 million shillings. Whether you're looking for the basic or comprehensive cover, J-Care has it all, and the benefits are amazing. You get an annual general checkup for both you and your spouse, plus you have access to all those 700 plus healthcare providers nationwide, ensuring top-notch care wherever you are. There's also overseas inpatient referrals for specialized treatment, so you're covered both locally and internationally. And with their flexible payment options, you can pay for your J-Care by Jubilee Health Insurance monthly or quarterly. That makes it easier for you and your wallet. You can just go to their website, jubileeinsurance.com. That's jubileeinsurance.com. Get more details. Text the word health to 40643. That's health to 40643. Or you can call them. City, what's the number? 0709
949, then 000.
0749 949. No, 0709
949 000. Yes.
Okay. Secure your family's future with Jubilee. We continue our civic education, and today we want to look at the participation of special interest groups, women, youth, in the conversation that's happening in the country right now. Because everything that we are saying here about, reject finance bill, or amend the appropriations bill, or cut back the budget on spending, it's public finance management. And our conversation on public finance management today, with specific focus to the special interest groups, is our partnership with Uraia. We are joined by Don Paul Andenga. He's a development practitioner in civic education and budget facilitation at Uraia, and Caroline Nyamu, who's a governance and human rights specialist. Good morning, Caroline. Good morning, Don Paul.
Morning. Good morning.
How are you, Caroline?
Very good. Thanks for having us here.
Very good to have you here. Don P, welcome back.
Thank you.
You've been here before.
Glad to be here.
Karibuni sana. City, why don't you welcome our guests with you know what?
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Okay. Too large a morsel chokes the child.
Too large a morsel chokes the child. Caroline, you're smiling. Well, because it resonates with you, right? What do you think the proverb is telling us?
Don't bite off more than you can chew. Yeah, and it will be there. The morsel will, in its entirety, be there to be eaten, and that's the purpose of the morsel. So, yeah, take it slow, I would say.
Slow but sure.
Don Paul, what's your interpretation of it?
Actually, I would have thought of what Senior has talked about. Kula kidogo kidogo. Yeah, kidogo kidogo. And then you are finally home. Yeah, that's it.
Don't be gluttonous.
Well, you'll finish. You as he says. Even if you take small, but you'll end up finishing it.
Yeah.
But it won't cause you problems.
No.
You won't choke on it.
No.
You won't suddenly find you're constricted. But you're eating at it bit by bit by bit by bit.
Do things bit by bit, progressively.
Yes.
Okay. Mwendo pole. Okay. Now, our conversation today is about public finance management, and then looking at the participation of women, youth, and other interest groups in these conversations. I want to start with you, Don Paul. You've been engaging, you're involved in civic education, the budget facilitation in communities, and doing a lot of awareness creation. How would you rate the participation of women, youth, persons with disabilities and others, the elderly, in matters of public finance management and budgeting?
So thank you so much again. So in terms of participation for SIG, their rating is dismal, very dismal indeed. It is very dismal because of the social setup. It is dismal because of the way we have characterized the SIGs to look less of human. It is dismal because of lack of information. And what information, actually? Many times when I have an opportunity to speaking to them, I say, there is the information that you need, there is the disinformation that they don't need, the misinformation as well. So that put up together makes it very hard for the SIG to participate effectively in public management.
So you're saying the system is not conducive for them?
Not at all. Not at all. Actually, when you look at many research reports that have come up, when you look at in terms of their participation in governance, the participation of SIGs in governance, it's very dismal. Why dismal? Because of various, societal problems. Okay, and coupled with with governance structure as it is today, so that makes it very hard. But I am encouraged because the more we interrogate them, the more we inform them, the more we educate them on what must be said and to who it must be said to, they are little by little coming up.
Okay.
We thank God.
Caroline, you've been in this space as well, in matters of governance, in matters of rights and advocating for rights. Would you say that all these people are facing similar challenges? Are these universal problems? Are you saying that the youth are not participating because of the same challenges that the women are facing, because of the same challenges that the persons with disabilities and the elderly are facing?
I think, first of all, I'd just like to maybe backtrack a little bit and remind us that in the Constitution, these groups are referred to as previously marginalized. So there was a time in our history in this country where women did not even have the right of citizenship. In our cultures, we talked about women and young people are there to be seen and not to be heard. If you were a family who had a child with disability, we hid the children. We didn't want them to be seen. So there is a history that we're coming from where these people were almost in a sense invisible. So I think it's good to appreciate that history, but they're not a homogeneous group. The challenges that young people face are not quite the same challenges that persons with disabilities face, are not the same challenges that women face. But they all do face challenges, and these challenges stem from that historical marginalization. So it's important to recognize that we've only had the Constitution for almost the new Constitution for almost 14 years. We're coming from an independence history of 60 years. So we're trying to undo 50 years of making this group of people invisible, bring them to the light. So the opportunities that, say, women have enjoyed when it comes to education may be, somewhat different from the opportunities that men have enjoyed. We know, again, in our maybe traditional setup, boys would be given the opportunity to go to school, and I know that I am probably opening a can of worms, so I'm going to backtrack a little bit, but the opportunities have not been as broad or open for these groups that we're talking about. So appreciating that history and then seeing what it is that we're trying to undo so that they can occupy the space at the table. So what the Constitution has tried to do is make the space wider at the table so everybody has a say.
But then, when you talk about public finance management, if we start with the basic conversation of the village, it's budgeting. It's identifying priorities, and that is happening now in the CIDPs and all. Yes, community participation in identifying your priority needs, and then your needs, and then prioritizing those needs, and then saying, so this is what we want, and this is the amount of money that this would cost for us to realize this need, and this is how we are apportioning money into that, right? Am I right or am I wrong, Don Paul? Because I see you looking like a guy. No, you're a bit off track here. Am I?
You know me. No. Yes and no. First, if we were to look at having a complete discussion about budgeting at the grassroots level, so we have the right holders and we have the duty bearers. So we have two stakes in here. So these two stakes each have a hand in the budget. And allow me to situate so that we have some sort of conversation. If we were doing a budget discussion at conceptual level, at formulation level, for example, then the issue of planning is important, very important. So what is it that we plan for is equally important. Now, the duty bearers have a higher hand because they already have understood what it is that the previous year has spent. So based on the gaps identified within the previous year, they already have an idea in terms of expenditure going forward. So when we're having a discussion at formulation at the class level, we have a group of stake who have information, which information, if not shared and shared very well, will lead to bad planning. And when it turns out to be bad planning, it goes all the way to approval, to execution, and you can finish the statement. So ideally, that's the position as it is.
And maybe I'd just like to add to what Dan P is saying in terms of you've got the duty bearer, they've got the information, but remember that this person that you're planning for or budgeting for actually is intelligent. And I think that is something that those who hold power on our behalf need to start appreciating, that we're not sort of empty. Yes, well, you said it. But people do. The fact that I'm a young person at the age of 18, I must have been doing something right to be alive today, or a woman of 35. I must have been doing something right to be alive today, to have my small kiosk or whatever it is, that I can actually make valuable input into budget matters, into how I want my money spent. And I think that's really important for those who are making those decisions and planning on our behalf, bearing in mind that it is delegated power. We all can't, have 50 million budgets for the country. So we've delegated them to do this on our behalf. But we do actually have something in between our ears.
May sound like an obvious answer, but what would show us that the opinions, thoughts, very existence of these particular groups, or anybody for that matter, are not involved in the decisions that are being made by those who hold power?
I mean, again, the money conversation ultimately is about leading to service delivery. So looking at the quality of services that citizens are getting. A couple of years ago, we were doing some work in with some partners in Nakuru. And simple things like a health center does not have wheelchairs, does not have ramps for persons with disability to access the facility, does not have toilet facilities that are persons with disability friendly, tells you that there has been these people are not being seen in how the money that's been planned for, or how that money is being used. So there are those evidences that tell you that the planning hasn't really incorporated the priorities, the needs of these young people, of persons with disability. You go to health facilities, you don't have a sign language interpreter, and they'll say, huyo hao ni watu wale, and they're dismissed. You don't have commodities around sexual reproductive health. So that tells you that the priorities, the needs of these groups are not being considered when budgets are being made.
They're not being considered. Do you think it's an issue of lack of resources, or are we just saying that there's a whole lack of just inclusion completely? And I ask this because that's the reason that you'd be given often, that we just don't have enough resources that spreads across board to be able to accommodate everybody or everything. Is that an argument worth its salt?
But even if that were to be the argument, even if that were to be the argument, so what is priority therefore? The question should be, what is the priority? We have priority 1, 2, 3 to 5. So what makes us identify priority number 1? That priority number 1 can only be identified when there is the inclusion. Because the inclusion part will tell you this must be, for example, this must be on board. For example, if we're talking about a health, last time I was here, I was talking about education. If we're talking about the number of students in a school, and only 35, you remember the figure I gave? Yeah, I'm sure you checked after I left. If we're only talking about 35,000 for Nairobi, for example, it doesn't show discrimination for the children who are able differently. It does not show. But even if it was showing, we have no classic case where we can say we have an institution built specifically that serves that minority. So that tells you already that priority bit is lacking. That priority bit is lacking because there's no inclusion. The lack of inclusion in decision making makes things work the way they do.
So then should we then not change our conversation? Because we seem to assume that by saying that these things have not been done or have not been seen to be done, those in leadership and position of authority ought to realize. We've said this enough times. If they still don't realize it, should we then not change our conversation?
Yep, exactly.
Because it is clear that what we are saying is falling on deaf ears.
I hear what you say. It's as if you already know what's happening today in the Republic of Kenya. That's exactly what is happening today. The young men and women you have seen on the streets are simply saying, and thank you so much for the estimates that you have presented before us. But those estimates
do not represent us.
Simple.
And that's what I was asking from the very beginning. Is it because they don't have agency? Is it because there's no structure, a legal structure that permits them to participate? Or is it because there's a structure that blocks their participation?
Yeah, I mean, is there no mechanism? I disagree. I mean, the Constitution, and we always say that it's one of the most progressive, has expanded the space for the voices, for agency. So we can't say that it is the lack of legal instruments. We can't say it is the lack of a framework. I think I would say it's the latter. Again, we were just chatting a while back with Dan P. We're coming from a culture where citizens their voices were not meant to be heard. We make decisions for you, and you must accept that we know everything, and therefore we make decisions for you, and be satisfied with what little we give you. And so when it comes to the need to change the conversation, it becomes imperative that we turn this thing on its head, and that's what the Constitution so to turn this on its head, that, you know, when you ask, is it just that we don't have enough resources? Well, you haven't actually asked me how you want us to use the scarce resources that we have. Of course, we're always going to have limited resources, but remember, I said the people we're dealing with are actually intelligent. They're full of wisdom, and they've got ingenuity. I mean, we've seen it. Certainly, it's been spotlighted this last couple of weeks as we've seen the young people take up the budget, the budget bill. Estimates, the finance bill, interrogate them and ask, why are you allocating this much amount of money for this seemingly unimportant expenditure, and yet you want me to pay for that? That isn't someone who is clueless, and so there needs to be a change, that when we're doing the planning, when we're doing the budgeting, it's not so much that we're planning for you, this is what we have, these are the plans that we have for you, but turning that on its head and saying, what would you have us do or plan with the limited resources that we have?
I want us to take a break. When we come back after this break, I want to posit that actually what I see is a failure by the citizens, including the SIGs, to actually do what the Constitution mandates them to do, which is to participate. And everything else, systems and all, those are excuses. Like we have seen, when citizens participate, there's no system that can block them from getting their voices heard and coming across. Anyway, let's take a break. It's 29 minutes to 9. What we're having a conversation this morning is how the youth, women, persons with disabilities, the elderly and other special interest groups can participate better in public finance management conversations around the country. And this is part of our, civic education programming with Uraia. Dan Paul Andenga is a development practitioner in civic education and budget facilitation, whereas Caroline Nyamu is a governance and human rights specialist. As we take this break, the Euros are going on, and Showmax is telling you just need 500 shillings. Subscribe to Showmax PL. Shika Showmax, 500 bob, Showmax PL. You watch all the matches in all the stadia in Germany in this season, up to the final match of the Euro 2024.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
It's an overcast morning in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 20 and lows of 12. Looking at highs of 24 and lows of 13 in a sunny Nakuru. And it's a cloudy morning at 17 in Nyeri, going to highs of 21. At 14, sunny conditions in Eldoret, highs of 23. And we'll see highs of 29 in a sunny Mombasa, currently at 24. In Malindi at 26, going to highs of 29. And it's sunny at 22 in Kisumu. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 19 and lows of 16 with highs of 27. In a sunny Kakamega at 20. Into Kampala, the sun is up at 25 with highs of 27. We'll see lows of 19. While Dar es Salaam at 23 is mostly sunny with highs of 30. We're looking into partly sunny Johannesburg at 8 degrees with highs of 17. Mogadishu is sunny at 27 and Addis Ababa at 16 sunny, going to highs of 22. Lagos mostly cloudy at 24 with highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 32 as well in a sunny Kinshasa at 22.
Spice up your life.
All right, so it's not a busy morning in the city, that's for sure. Very little traffic anywhere you look today, and all streets are clear, free throughout. So it's just a heads up. Let's know just in case anything does pop off. We'll be here for it. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X. # the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Right, so our conversation continues. Participation of special interest groups, youth, women in matters of public finance. And so here's my argument. Our constitution, from the preamble, it says, we, the people of Kenya, we, acknowledging the supremacy of God, honoring those who fought for our independence, proud of our diversity, respectful of our environment, committed to nurturing and protecting the well-being of our nation, recognizing the aspirations of all Kenyans, exercising our sovereign and inalienable right to determine the form of governance our country, and having participated fully in the making of this constitution, adopt, enact, and give this constitution to ourselves and to our future generations. So we have first of all started by owning, all of us. Okay? Owning. And then we go into the chapter 1, which says that sovereignty belongs to we, the people. Mm-hmm. And we shall exercise it in accordance with the constitution. And then it goes ahead to say that we acknowledge that we have a role to safeguard, to protect our constitution, and to run our country. Then at what point do we come back and start saying that we expect those others to make things work for us? At what point do we stop participating and start saying it is because of this and the other we don't participate? Yes, there will be systems maybe that may not be working, but what are we doing to correct the systems that are not working? We are the sovereign. If the youth feel that they are not involved in budget making at local level, at national level, what have they done about it? Are they aware that there's a budget? Are the women aware that there's a budget? Are persons with disability aware that there's a budget? Have they participated, or are they waiting for the invitation to participate?
Yeah, I mean, and that's a good and important question. And I see it in two ways. Or rather, I will say there is a collective responsibility here. Yes, as citizens, we have dropped the ball. Let me just say that. But I think as well, I remember the history that we're coming from, where the practices and what the aspiration of the Constitution has is not something that we practiced before, say, 2010. So making information accessible, because when you have information, you're able to make decisions. You're able to take steps. But when you don't have that information, you don't even know what it is that you're asking. And those who you'll recall after the 2013 elections, there was a crisis in Makueni. And part of the challenge was that the legislators in Makueni did not want money allocated to civic education. Mm-hmm. Kiambu is having the same challenge where legislators are not willing to put money into civic education. How are citizens going to be able to know what to ask if they don't have the information? That's number one. But on the other hand, there are places where citizens have taken matters into their own hands. They are asking questions in particularly marginalized parts of this country. So there are things that we can do, and thankfully, we have the likes of Dan P, who go around here like John the Baptist, making this preparing the way and making this information known. Mm-hmm. And I think if the discussions in the last couple of weeks has done anything, it's just highlighted that we need to step up our game as citizens and look for this information, because those who are required to make it available to us unfortunately, will not do that unless compelled to do it. We've got counties where citizens have gotten into trouble for asking for this information, or they've just been barred, but have stayed at it and are making a difference. So we've got to be a little bit more less passive. Let me just say that.
Yes.
I don't want to use words that could.
Let me actually say, I think we need to be a little bit more aware. Aware, like you said earlier, this constitution was seeking to turn this thing on its head. And if we truly say that we fully participated in giving unto ourselves this constitution, then we wanted to turn this thing on its head. So even where there is, difficulties in accessing information, we have put it in our constitution that there will be mechanisms to make sure that we can remove those stumbling blocks if we engage. If we move away from the period prior to 2010, where we were victims, to the period post 2010, where we are the sovereign. Don't be.
And I hear you. I hear you pretty well. And again, allow me to begin from where Senior has stopped. The Constitution is very clear from what we've talked about, the preamble, the first chapter. If you went to article number 10, if you went to 174, all the way, if you went to County Government Act, 2012, speaks about why the public must participate in decision-making in any governance at every level. It's very clear. But the second part is, while it is in black and white on paper, have we put breath in that black and white on paper? The answer is no. It is no, because of what she already mentioned in what happened in Makueni and then later changed. It is no because of what she has mentioned in Kiambu that is struggling. It is no. I was here last time. And I spoke to you about the public participation department that is actually on its knees in Nairobi. And as I sit here, I'm on the technical group trying to help them come up with, some sort of system that can have the department work. It has a skeleton staff. Even the budget in itself alone, the department does not have. So how do we even expect that they'll do what they are mandated to do? So that is number one. Number two is we, like Senior had mentioned, we have coming in from a system where we were used to massage. We give you information for you to consume. We do what we must do. The lowest part. We moved out of there, came to the second stage that was about tokenism. I call you into a meeting, I pay you something, and take what I say to be what you want. And the wording muheshimiwa therefore, because you pay for my coming and you pay for my going back and you do this for me, as if it was not a right. I can tell you, the last 10 or so years have not gone to waste. Because now, as we speak, the SIGs have known what their rights are. And they have gone beyond that right. They want to engage and engage meaningfully. Allow me to go further. What you see happening today would not happen if those young boys and girls did not participate in the entire process of that budgeting, as it were. You remember when the circular came out? Not very many people looked at the circular. Not very many people looked at the circulars. But we had to make sure that organized groups are taken through the circular, as it were. Then the estimates were set out. We had to make sure that those young men and women and the marginalized go through the estimates and look at specifically their areas of interest. And when they identified gaps, I can tell you for free, I'm aware that we have not less than 50 memorandums that were done by these groups to show their displeasure, to tell the government, look, thank you for the process, but can you get these inputs? Can you remove one? Can you add the other? That was not listened to, and what they do? Sovereign power belongs to me. And that's what they have taken. It's coming a bit too late for the duty bearer to say, well, can we have a discussion? Why wasn't there a discussion before that?
True. So there are many layers through all of this and how they play out. And although some of them are vested in social science, it's not a science in the sense that it's formulaic. You will not say, X times Y equals. You won't be able to do that in this case, because some of these movements are then organic. After all, we've seen some of the institutions that have been set up happen because one person, for example, decided to stand up to the status quo and said, let things change in this manner. So with something that is organic in nature, kind of like what's happening in Kenya today, whereby there were no murmurings or rumblings of this even 6 months ago. And to the momentous place that it has gone to today, I dare say that there's no going back on that, that it is clear and evident that you will not be able to shove anything down the throats of Kenyans. Not anymore. I mean, not like this, because it's clear in your mind that, okay, there will be some kind of pushback. Now, towards the establishment of that status quo, where it is clear in the minds of people that, you know what, we will participate in this, and it is critical that we have an understanding that it must happen. How then can there be an establishment of systems whereby not only is it expected, but it is practiced, and that those who then are the duty bearers know? It's kind of like you're waiting. We know that it's going to come. We expect you to bring so that we can do this together. How can you see that established?
Yeah. And the great thing is that it's begun to happen. We don't hear many of these stories, but I can tell you, in a county like Baringo, the legislators will not consider a budget submission from the executive unless they have received submissions from the citizens. And they learned this the hard way. They, in the 2017 elections, I think, refused to listen to the citizens. And, well, you know what happened. And so as a matter of self-preservation, they now listen, and they want those memorandas that Dan P is talking about. And part of it is their own attempt to self-educate, because they are coming into this space without the budget knowledge that the citizens have. So it is beginning to happen, and there are pockets of this. It's growing, especially with the work that the likes of Dan P do around the budget. But I think the first thing that is really, really important, and leveraging on what's been going on in the last couple of weeks, is citizens need to organize. We need to organize. And it doesn't have to be a big movement. But I say, for example, I have a particular interest and a concern in maternal health. I'm sure there's 5 other people who are concerned about this. Let's get together. Let's get angry about it. Let's ask the questions that we need to ask. And then let's get people in, like Dan P, to what should we be asking for? These are our frustrations. I'm concerned, or I'm, about the quality of education. I'm sure there's 10 other people who are concerned and interested about it. Organize. You must organize. I know that, getting the information, getting the knowledge may not be necessarily the first thing that you do, but organize. And then once you organize, get capable. Get the information, ring around. I mean, the likes of Uraia, the likes of International Budget Partnership, there's information, there's knowledge that has been synthesized, and you can make use of that. But if you don't organize, the challenge is, I am just one person. What can I do? And people lose heart. People lose the drive, because I'm just one person. Who's going to listen to me? But you organize. Certainly, we've seen in the last couple of weeks, when your voice is bigger, when your voice is amplified, people are going to pay attention.
Where did these young people get this energy from? What do you think was the driving force behind them organizing? Because it didn't take a day. They must have been doing this for over a period of time. What made them get to the point where they say, you know something, we need to go to the streets and talk about this? Because that conversation didn't start and end in Nairobi. It is all over the country. So you cannot pinpoint and say it is this. What drove them to that point?
Anger, I would say.
Over what exactly?
When you're brought to your knees, when you've got nothing to look forward to, when your life doesn't seemingly matter, if you've got nothing to lose, you've got nothing to lose.
Do you think there was a realization that perhaps they themselves, everything Eric was pointing out, that the role that the Constitution gives them was something they had ignored and they had not taken it to heart, and that now is when they're realizing, wait a moment, we actually have this ability. We actually allowed, we are citizens of this country, we are actually allowed to do certain things. Do you think that realization is what they have arrived at?
If I were to pick off from Senior so that she crowns it, from 2010, you and I know that we have had the Constitution. You like calling it new Constitution?
Not anymore.
Well, I don't know. There are people who like calling it new Constitution. This, the Constitution I'm holding on to. People call it new Constitution. I don't know. So we had an old Constitution, isn't it?
We did.
Okay. So since the time this new Constitution, for purposes of learning today.
The 2010 Constitution.
Thank you. So we can now call it 2010, not new Constitution. When it was promulgated 14 years ago, Senior has said, everybody has seen it like you have a Bible in your room, and a Quran or somewhere, or for Veda or something. You know, the books that we all read. And how many of us read those books and actually internalize those books? Or internal content in that book? Good Christian, how much do you know about Prophet Elijah, for example? Is it practical today? But now it comes a time when even in that same Bible, Prophet Hosea says, look, I think my people are perishing because they're lacking something. What? Knowledge. So that knowledge power that Senior has spoken to is what the members of or the youth, or the youthful, the boys and girls, and of course the marginalized have realized. So we have this power, real, and we can use it, yes. We can draw back that power, yes, and tried to participate in a system that is so closed up to a point they went to their knees, like Senior has said. And of course, when you press up somebody to a point of marginal utility, you know what happens. That's the point we are at. So they are saying no, and it's not going to be business
as usual.
As usual. Not because there's a contention between themselves and the duty bearers. No. They have a point they are trying to say. They are simply saying, can you listen to us? We are here, living and around, and we must be heard. And not only be heard like flower girls, but we must be part
of the conversation. It's a good thing, because now it's that realization. The Constitution, like you're saying, has been like the Gideon's Bible in a lodging. You will go in there, you'll find it. You just don't read it. You'll wake up tomorrow morning, shower, leave. Right? But finally, somebody has opened the page and they're seeing, this is there. And there's something that has driven them to open the page. But the Constitution has been there and has been giving you this power to do it, and has been giving you this authority. Now, if we say that this is the beginning of a new momentum and that there's a new awakening, then it means that we can participate better. It means that, like the way you were saying about organization, it means that resident associations can now realize when we have issues about garbage, about street lights, about roads accessing, about access to health facilities in our neighborhood and schools and daycares and kindergartens and ECDs for our young children, we can organize and we can talk about them. When Boda Bodas and market groups and associations can realize we have issues that are common, we can talk about them, and we have an avenue and we actually have a right to participate and to engage. So I go back to, it's been a lack of that self-awareness that has like sort of been holding us back, and this is a very good thing that's happening because it's opening us up to
it's catalytic.
Yes.
And it's an opportunity we dare not waste. I think the pain that we're feeling, because every day or every year there's more that you have to pay, but when you look at what you're getting back, it's a bit like the kiosks where we go to buy chapo. The chapo is now 25 bob, but the size has shrunk. So, kidogo it will become the size, the diameter of a mandazi, then it will become the diameter of a mahamri, but you're still paying more, and seeing this has caused people to get angry, and I think we should be angry because someone came and said, if you give me this responsibility, I will do this. Eric, they wouldn't have hired you if you didn't tell a good story about your capabilities, but you probably wouldn't have stayed in this job if you
they didn't match
exactly what you said.
What I promised.
They'd have said, nice knowing you, but have a nice life. And I think it's time we also started seeing ourselves as citizens, as employers. These are our employees. They are not our masters. The Shamba la Wanyama has changed. There's new management in town, and it's the citizens, because we've given ourselves this constitution. So we've got to care. And again, we were just chatting with Dan P, and we're saying these things are not new. There is an activist in middle 1800s who said that we must keep those in power in check, because if we don't continue to do oversight, the Democrat in office is going to turn into a despot.
In 1852 it was that statement.
And they could see, because it was happening.
Well, if you're talking about that, look at the American Constitution. The sovereignty, we borrow heavily from them. They even clearly understand that sometimes you're not able to change by what you call democratic means. So they allow you to use force. And if you think I am merely speaking, look it up. The citizenry are allowed. It gets to a point where this thing isn't working. Remove the people you don't want. But that's the American Constitution. You see, the laws are put in place, in my mind, with the understanding that people will do the contrary. So you put in a structure that everybody understands, and everyone is being told this is how you're going to abide by, in order for you to live in harmony with each other. And in an organized society. Now, when you have the duty bearers going against the very things and setting the example they are not supposed to set, the citizens then have the duty to recall them and say, this is not what we elected you to do for us. Not really.
It's true. It's true.
And sorry, carry on.
And the recall clause is very clear. But see, even applying that recall clause into practicality is so tedious, too technical, that sometimes it gives people the luxury of just making a decision of not being there. But like you have said, yes, I think Kenyans have come to a point of, well, it is our turn to tell you that we are the bosses. So that which is happening today is basically a lesson.
It's going forward.
Going forward.
Yeah. Caroline, what's your message then as we conclude the conversation?
I think I can't overemphasize the importance as citizens to organize. We must organize. As Dan Paul has said, this work can get difficult or can get hard. Caring and protecting our democracy is sacred, and it's hard work. Let's not deceive ourselves. It's hard work. But if we organize, many hands make work light. So we're going to help each other. We're going to support each other. And going back to the proverb of not gulping down the morsel,
too much,
all at one go. It can be done, and it has been done, and we're seeing change, and that gives me hope.
It's unfolding right before our eyes. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for this conversation. Dan Paul Andenga is a development practitioner in civic education and budget facilitation at Uraia, and Caroline Nyamo is a governance and human rights specialist. Our conversation has been on civic education, public participation on matters of budget, public finance management, particularly by the special interest groups. It's 9 a.m. Keep it here for more.
Spice up your life.
It's now 9 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Kenyans have vowed to continue with national protests today against the leadership of President William Ruto through the X Spaces platform, where more than 100,000 Kenyans participated in the debate. The organizers of the protest have vowed to occupy State House. The Kenyans now claim that their agenda has changed from rejecting the 2024 finance bill to opposing Ruto's leadership. They've said that despite the KDF deployment, they'll still march to occupy State House. Former Mombasa Governor Hassan Joho has told off Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua over allegations he raised against National Intelligence Service Director General Nordin Haji. In a statement regarding the chaotic protests in the country, Gachagua laid the blame at the feet of Haji, saying he failed to act on his mandate. The DP was addressing a press conference from Mombasa on Wednesday when he made the remarks. But in defense of Haji, Joho described Gachagua's statement as disturbing.
That he has to back down and admit that he has hurt the people of Kenya. Yet this matter has been in public domain for the last 2 months. I want to say that Nordin Haji must take responsibility for the deaths that occurred. He must take responsibility for the mayhem. He must take responsibility for failing President William Ruto. He must take responsibility for failing the government of the Republic of Kenya. He must take responsibility for failing the Kenyan nation by not doing his job and advising correctly. And he must do the honorable thing, not just take responsibility, but resign from that office and allow the president to pick a competent director general.
And National Council of Churches of Kenya in Rift Valley have blamed the unrest in the nation on corruption across government institutions. Led by the chairman Emmanuel Chemengich, they have advised political leaders to lead in the fight against corruption and address the high cost of living. They claim that the Gen Z protests wouldn't have been witnessed if the national government acted on time.
The pain and suffering among the people has been driven by corruption and weak enforcement of the law. The persistent failure to visibly punish corruption has turned it from a vice to be avoided and made it seem like a skill to cherish. Even the ongoing Gen Z demonstrations have been caused by the wastage of national resources through corruption that has resulted in unemployment and unequal opportunities. When the sentence for a crime is not quickly carried out, the hearts of the people are filled with schemes to do wrong. If officials in the government who are suspected of corruption are not prosecuted, the vice will grow to collapse your government and cause to achieve nothing in your tenure.
The High Court will today rule on a petition filed by the Law Society of Kenya challenging the deployment of the Kenya Defence Forces amid the ongoing anti-finance bill protests. The court ordered parties in the case to appear virtually for a brief hearing in the petition, pitting the LSK against the state and the Defence Cabinet Secretary. In documents filed in court, LSK says that no state of emergency under Article 5.8 of the Constitution has been declared by President William Ruto in exercising his constitutional mandate under Article 132(4)(d) of the Constitution. They say that the Tuesday Gazette notice by Defence Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale is contrary to the Constitution and poses a huge threat to violation of the fundamental rights and freedoms of many Kenyans. And in the international scene, Bolivian police have arrested the leader of an attempted coup hours after the presidential palace in the capital, La Paz, was stormed by soldiers. Armored vehicles and troops had taken up position on Morelos Square, where key government buildings are located. They all later withdrew. The rebel military leader in charge, Gen Juan Jose Zuniga, had said he wanted to restructure democracy and that while he respected President Luiz, for now, there would be a change of government. President Luiz condemned the coup attempt, calling on the public to organize and mobilize in favor of democracy. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so traffic is not an issue this morning, as we've established. It hasn't changed in the last half hour. Let's take a quick look at what's going on. Coming off several parts, Kangunda Road, then looking at other parts going towards Outer Ring, not an issue. Also coming off a Thika Superhighway, not even at the Pangani Underpass do we see any kind of traffic. Just a little bit of it on Waiyaki Way as you're getting towards Chiroma and then out towards Uhuru Highway. But I think that's the most that we've seen so far all morning, and likely the most that we'll see as we get into it. Keep talking though. SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, yenin there, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. And you must blame it on Adam, not because Adam messed up and he was told, "No, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 9. How are you doing? On to the final hour of The Situation Room today. You, wherever you are, we thank you very much for tuning in on SpiceFM, on our online platforms, including the Radio Garden and the others. Asante sana for joining us this morning. Ndu, Ati, now if you want to watch Euros, you go where?
So if you want to watch the Euros, they're currently taking place in Germany. What do you need to do? You need to get on Showmax. And if you want to watch them on your phone, no less, right? So 2 things you need to do. Get on the Showmax and pay 500 bob, and you can do that for the whole duration of the tournament that's currently taking place. It's still in the group stages. So if you watched the matches yesterday, you will already know that Ukraine and Belgium drew. You will also know that Georgia and Portugal went head-to-head, and Georgia came out on top with 2-0. And that Turkey beat Czechia 2-1. Those are the things that are happening every night, like this. And then we're still in the group stages, and we'll get into, the round of 16 and then the round of, 8 after that. You want to watch all of these matches while you're seated somewhere on the way? Don't watch and drive. However, what we are saying is you can watch all of these on your phone if you get onto Showmax, Google App Store, Google Play Store, and Apple App Store. You can also I never get it, but just don't worry. You understand what I'm saying?
The store.
I'm not asking. You get it. So, yeah, exactly. So, you can download the app, register, pay, watch. As simple as that. You can watch the live matches. You can watch all the fan page content. You can watch pre-match analysis and all of these wonderful things. It's the Euros happening, and you can watch it courtesy of Showmax. Shika Showmax.
Yes. I've noticed something with these Euros, and I think just recently, Turkey is now being called Turkey.
It's Turkey.
Why did they change? Who changed?
They did.
The Turks.
United can never be defeated. And
so they decided we want to add a into
a few people who are calling us Turkey. Do we look like turkeys to you?
Okay. That's our Our guest is in the studio. Dr. Abraham Rugo is the executive director at IBP Kenya. We want to talk about what we saw yesterday and then what we are seeing this morning and what we are going to see in the coming days. And we are still in the budget. We have had conversations about the budget with Dr. Rugo for many years. Even last year we had the same conversation. Before this time we've had conversations with IBP Kenya on budget. What is it that we ought to be seeing in our budget? How is our public finance being managed? And today it's on Ruto's austerity. He has announced that ile pesa nilikuwa nataka niwe nikitumia kidogo hivi without questions, hiyo tumekata. Pesa ya kununua maziwa tuna reduce, tunakunywa paketi 2. Like that. Tutakula salmon. Jamaa wa Karen alikuwa anataka kununua vikombe mpya kwa nyumba, nimwambia tumia hiyo uko nayo. Tuna pesa ya kununua vikombe mpya. And so on and so forth. Dr. Rugo, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you here, man.
It's been a while. But niko sawa.
Uko sawa?
Watu wa huku nje. Pushing on. Doing quite a lot of work. I'm glad that we are here. Yes.
Good to have you here, man. Yeah. Good to have you here. You know Roysambu?
Yes, I know Roysambu. Actually, I live near there.
Bas. Now, the Aga Khan University Hospital has been looking at the good work that you're doing for this country, and they decided, why do we want to make Dr. Rugo suffer if he ever needs medical services? So the solution, Ndu?
They've opened the Roysambu Specialty Care Center. You know where Jewel Plaza is?
Yes, I do.
Hapo.
I shall take myself.
At the round.
Hapo.
Yeah. World-class care at your doorstep, because they've said, why should you have to travel all the way to wherever to get the care that you need? It should be next to where you live and next to where you work. So this has been established at Jewel Plaza. Everything on board: endoscopy, dialysis, chemotherapy, internal medical care, medicine care, all of these things, with great physicians and specialists on board. Your oncologists, gastroenterologists, your day surgeons, all of these things right there. And they said, you know what, don't go far. World-class care here and now, and you can get it all day, every day.
Good.
And if you so happen to have the J-Care covered by Jubilee Health Insurance and you go to Aga Khan, you get access to health facilities and all the services that you require. Okay? Just think about the J-Care cover. You can decide, take J-Care for your family, J-Care Junior. You can take J-Care Senior for senior members of your family. You support them. You get access to 700 health facilities in Kenya, inpatient, outpatient. They even have an international cover. Yep. So you can get some referral to international facilities for specialized care. And this is with Jubilee Health Insurance. All you need to do is go to jubileeinsurance.com.
Wow.
And you get more information.
Good to know.
Sawa.
Sawa kabisa.
Hii mambo iko namna hiyo.
Good.
Hakuna mambo ya kuwaste nini. But now let's leave Kenya. Let's go all the way to Mauritania. And City is there with Ould who?
Well, we are there with 3 olds. There's Mohammed Ould Guzumani, that's the president. The PM is Mohammed Ould Bilal. The president of the National Assembly is Mohammed Ould Magnet. Magnet, not magnet.
Magnet.
Like Meg as in yes, Meg.
As our neighbor.
Yes. You're lost.
Okay.
Okay. The proverb from the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Too large a morsel chokes the child.
Too large a morsel chokes the child.
Yes.
Yeah. It means that I think for me, it's just bite what you can chew and avoid this excitement of a child that you can live beyond, you can eat more than you really can swallow. I have young children, and once in a while they attempt, especially things they love, they attempt to eat very fast and very big because they fear somebody else might take their portion. So it simply means when you have food, stop the excitement.
Kula pole pole.
Comes rolling.
Kula pole pole.
Kula pole pole. Uma ile unaweza meza. Wait, you swallow, then you bite again.
Do you think City is passing a coded message to the Gen Z? What with today's plans and yesterday's win and Tuesday's
I think the message is to everybody. First of all, the message is to all Kenyans that we've been attempting to live bigger than we can afford in many spaces. To the government of the day, to the Gen Zs, he's also saying this is a long road, a long chase. So let's take one step at a time. Celebrate wins. Mourn the pains that have happened, but one step at a time. I think for me that's what it means.
Going forward.
Yeah.
How did you feel yesterday when you saw the president actually say, I concede, and I have heard the voices of the people when it comes to this matter of the next financial year's budget and what we had proposed to raise as revenues, and I hear they do not want any more taxation, and therefore I concede we shall not introduce any more taxation. What did you feel as somebody who's been in this space for such a long time?
To be precise, 17 years. I've built all my entire career in this space. I was deeply, deeply disappointed that we had to wait. He had to wait because he's been hearing. I want to imagine he's been hearing, whether locally or abroad, Kenyans have been speaking, saying that we need to live within our means. We need to manage things. And we know very well that the finance bill is not the finance bill as itself. Kenyans are saying, first, we are not getting the services that we ask for. When we go to hospital, we have to take care of ourselves. School, we have to take care of ourselves. Many places, security, we have to provide for ourselves. In fact, one young one was very surprised, asking, oh, you mean the police have this many cars? And when we call, wanasema hawana magari. And therefore, for me to come and say that you concede, while I take that message and I actually want to, and we'll talk about it, and I want to walk with it as the direction, the way forward. Eric, it's August, must have been July 2022. I and colleagues from Okoh Uchumi campaign meet Deputy President then, William Ruto. He's in the campaign trail and he says, guys, what do you think about the economy? We present to him the numbers. I am the one who presented the numbers. And he said, looking at the trend at which we are going, the way we have accumulated our debts, the way we have not addressed corruption, you will have a very small space to manage things. sorry, my heart rate is already going up. You'll have a very small window to manage things. And therefore, your starting point has to be an austerity direction. And you remember the 300 billion discussion.
To mop up.
Yeah. Say, no, first let's cut our 300 billion. Come earlier than that, in February of 2022, allow me just to go back there, we are having this push and pull of shall we increase the debt ceiling to 10 trillion or do we keep it at 9 trillion? You remember that discussion?
Yep.
Because we are at 8.6 trillion. We only have the PBO and the Budget and Appropriations Committee in the House tables a report saying we are only going to allow a deficit of 400 billion shillings because that is the only window
that we have.
The report is actually tabled in the House. At what point between the report being tabled, the initial deficit was 892, if I recall, and it being withdrawn? Ask me another day. Then 8 months later, the president now elect says 300 billion, yo kwanza tunanyoa.
From this budget.
From this budget of 2022-2023.
Yeah. But
what do we see afterwards? After that, actually, the actual cut when we did the analysis was just about 13 billion.
There was a cut?
There was a small, it was a reduction, which finally came to about 13 billion. But in the aggregate, I think even went, to...
So we still spent over 3.2 trillion.
We still spend more.
Okay.
But secondly, we have been through a very rigorous public participation process. First, in February, when we were doing the budget policy statement, the message was the same. But even back when I was last here in the studio, we were discussing the finance bill of 2023. And you remember the start time, the discussion was the same. You cannot tax people, into prosperity without providing the necessary services. And therefore, we must not see this. And two, it is not a problem of just how much taxation you are collecting. But what are you doing about the expenditure side? The message has been cut expenditure, reduce on unnecessary expenditure. But then the push has been, no, our problem is not expenditure. Give us more money and you will see what we can do.
In fact, we are not even collecting enough.
We are not collecting enough.
Which
is a lie because government of Kenya is perhaps the best paid individual because its income has been growing at least 10% every year. Every year.
Inflation adjustment.
I mean, if you even work about just 20 years ago, Mwai Kibaki coming in 2003, we are at 250 billion.
That's how much tax
we are collecting.
Wow.
Last year, this financial year, our target was 2.5 trillion. 10 times. So we cannot say that our revenue has not grown. Let's put that aside. Two, we cannot say that the money we have for our public services is not Kenyan generated because our deficit takes care of maybe about 20% of our budget year on year. The majority of the money that we spend, take an example of what we are currently debating, we are saying our budget is 3.9 trillion. We are expecting to collect from Kenyans 3.3 trillion, meaning the only money, in simple terms, if your budget is 390 shillings and 360 is already income that you have, you're planning to only borrow about 60 bob.
Yeah.
In that sense. So taxation, our tax resources remain our biggest source. So revenue is not a problem. And that's what Kenyans are saying, and that's what we are saying, that let's work with what we have. Let us deal with the wastage, which even he accepts. My friend Aaron Cheriot was here 2 days ago, and perhaps he did the best budget work I would have done. Of just going to the line, and all he was saying is, our only option is cut our expenditures, renegotiate some of the obligations. For me, so that was a sense of disappointment, and that it had come at the cost of the blood of Kenyans. Did they have to die?
No.
Did they have to be shot?
No.
For you to say, finally, I hear? I mean, if that is what makes someone hear, then I don't even know which word can describe. If I have to kill your son for you to know there's a problem at the top, then there's a problem. So for me, that was a mix of emotions that makes me very agitated, and also to appreciate that these are not new things. What needs to be cut? austerity language, what needs to be reduced. The budget committee has a whole list. Even they themselves have had discussions on what needs to be reduced.
Fiscal consolidation.
We know where we need to cut.
Yeah.
We know what we need to do. So yes, I accept the concession, but with a lot of pain because of what it has costed to get to that concession.
How much salt do you have in this pinch? Is it a pinch? Is it a...
I don't know, just some kidogo salt.
Do you believe him?
At this point, I'm not sure.
Because
there's been a lot of...
Okay.
Heard this
I have heard this a lot. I have read... Sometimes I read the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. I read the budget documents. And I'm perhaps among the few Kenyans who still labor with this document, believing that in there is still hope.
Yeah.
Then I come and see the actions. I meet members of parliament. We discuss some things. Then I see them voting on the floor of the house, and I almost cannot believe it's the same people I was meeting.
So would that be one of the triggers, this 300? Because usually you would say, okay, well, there would be something. If at the end, what we are saying is that, look, we've understood what you're saying, and that there are excesses in spending when it comes to government. Government expenditure is excessive, and it's not necessary in a lot of these cases. It's clear. And even if there's an acknowledgement from the top executive that, look, what we'll do is we're going to start cutting this thing. One of the things, are you saying, Abraham, that I'm not really believing you, because one of the things that you said, you were not coerced. You said we're going to mop up 300 billion. And you didn't.
Yeah.
So are you saying then that what is going to convince me that now suddenly you're saying you have a confidential fund, we don't know where that's coming from, you're going to chop that in two?
For me,
is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You've not shown goodwill.
I mean, my pinch of salt, which I must confess is very small, is that he's still the head of state. He's still the person who holds the public trust. However low that trust currently is. And I also, in my core beliefs, I'm a man of second chances. And I believe in grace. But I'm confused. Because I'm conflicted. That's the word I was looking for.
You want to extend all this goodwill. You just don't know whether...
Yes, I want to extend it, but I have extended it before. We have extended it before. Kenyans have extended. Students have spoken about higher education. Teachers have spoken about the state of schooling. The police... Maraga's report just tells you how much the police have expressed themselves about the state of the conditions of work. The president and his various officials, maybe mostly him, because some of the officials rarely talk, have expressed themselves about the need to live within our means. The need to weed out corruption. And then you see some of the amendments to laws in parliament, and you're wondering, are we going this way or are we going this way? Which way should I believe? Should I believe the words or should I believe the actual things that I am observing?
So the actual things that you're observing. So what would then make sense that would convince people that actually, you know what, this is a direction in which somebody wants to go. If I owe 10,000 shillings and I say, well, you know what, things are a little bit difficult and I can keep quiet with my difficulty. Or if I say, well, here's $1,000 bob, I'm coming back. And I come back another time and say, okay, here's another 500. But what am I doing? I'm reducing the thing. And I'm giving an action that is commensurate to the thing that I have said. Isn't it? So here we are saying that, you say you want to scale down on government expenditure. But what are we seeing that is going to convince people that actually you're serious about this? I remember a couple of months ago, I don't know which celebration it was in Tanzania, where the president said, well, you know what? This is great, but we're not spending all that money on this thing. We're not spending all this money on this thing. Take that money that you people want to use to do flash celebrations and let's channel it towards something else. So, Doc, what would we see? What would you see? And let's take it from a purely economic point of view that would say, well, actually, they're serious about cutting this thing down.
Good. Thank you. I think that just lands us straight into the discussion. There are a couple of things that would, first of all, be very critical. One of them is whereas he sent the finance bill back to the House, and it's basically the language is that I have declined. He's the first one to reject it.
Yeah.
He's rejected it in total. That's the language I read from the memoir.
Yeah.
We also need to send back the appropriation bill. They came together. They came in the same box. They were transmitted in the same letter. If you have sent back the financing measures, and it's important to clarify that the finance bill is not what finances government expenditure. The finance bill amends a multiplier of laws from which government collects taxes.
Right.
So, for instance, the finance bill amends, like last year, it amended the Income Tax Act and increased created a new band, 32.5%.
Yes.
It's proposing to amend the Excise Act, the VAT Act, to exempt or zero rate or introduce new taxes and all of you. So those laws are the ones that are amended by the finance. So it's an omnibus.
And the laws.
So the laws are still existing in place, and they are the ones that are going to yield for you continually. So you cannot go to court per se and say I am referring to finance bill or finance act because it is the one that has amended.
It's an omnibus.
It's an omnibus.
Okay.
Having clarified that. But there's the expenditure side, which is what we are talking about. In this show and many shows, I think I'm not the only one who has said we do not have a revenue problem, and I have just demonstrated in the last couple of statements. We have an expenditure problem. The first thing that will make me believe is if he sends back
the appropriations
bill and says, hata hii nimekata. I am directing you guys to go, and the amount that we were going to raise more in this, which is about 346, the figure has been dancing between 302 and about 350 billion. I want to see it reduced. That's number one. Number two, we have 248 state and owned enterprises. They go by their different names, government-backed agencies. These are the sagas, parastatals. In some sectors, you have up to 10 of them. You know, where you think about energy, you have Ketraco, you have Kengen, you have KPLC, you have REREC, you have REA, you have GDC, you have all these institutions.
Yep.
These institutions, these sagas, consume about 25% of our budget.
What?
Say that again,
By consuming, they are consuming to do it, paying salaries.
The amount of money that we transfer. So this is how it works.
Right.
You hear ministries, departments, and agencies.
Yes.
The Ministry of Energy has got agencies within it.
Let's start with has state departments.
Has state departments.
For energy and for petroleum.
Within those state departments, they have agencies. These are semi-autonomous because they operate semi-autonomous, but they get transfers for their operations from government.
Right.
When you put the total of all those institutions, give and take, they have been operating between 25 and 28% of our budget. So if you're talking about 3 trillion budget, about 1 trillion is the transfers we make. KQ is there, all these KPA, KPLC, all these institutions are there. Second thing.
How much do they bring back?
That's a big question, and I'm coming to that.
Okay.
Secondly, of the about 2.8 or thereabout trillion risk exposure, about 2.6 is according to the Parliamentary Budget Office. 2.6 is by these institutions. About 60% of the pending bills are by these institutions. But most sad, and Kadir's committee did establish this, is that most of them are not performing. They are loss-making institutions. In other words, all we are doing and answering your question, we're just pumping in money,
just pumping cash
every year. There are days we are bailing out institutions like KQ, which were anyway, as per their motto, better late than never. It's still full, nonetheless. But still, there are years we have actually bailed it out with up to 20 billion Kenya shillings. And we are still pumping in. These are the institutions that we also are publicly guaranteeing debt. So, and this is part of the rhetoric that has been in existence for a very long time.
Are these institutions, all of them, supposed to be generating an income?
They are supposed to be generating. That's why they are called state-owned enterprises. That's the enterprise. KPLC is supposed to be registering. That's why even some of them are trading in the Nairobi, in Nairobi Security Exchange. Yeah, they're supposed to be generating income because they are an investment. It's like a business that you have put up. So imagine a shop that you have for selling goods, but every month you have to go back to your pocket and put in more money. But there's nothing it gives you back, you know. It either just gives you a symbol that you are a business person, you know. These 248 institutions, Eric, for me, will be, so the first one is send the appropriations. 2, clear, in fact, today, not tomorrow, I expect to see a list of the institutions that are, first of all, being wound up, because some of them need to be wound up, and institutions that are basically being put on receivership. That's important. Thirdly, I think, and this is not symbolic, the public affairs and international relations sector, which has got the office of the president, has got foreign affairs, is going to spend about 344.4 billion.
On what?
Proposed in the proposed budget.
In proposed budget. Question. That is not a sector that is productive.
Yeah, it's a service.
It's not creative. It's a service. It's an administrative. It's not even service. It's administrative sector. Shouldn't we be moving that money? But when you compare to what we are spending on industrialization, the Kenya Kwanza government has talked about, you know, the value chain, the manufacturing value chain. But you'll be surprised that is where we are putting the least amounts of money in terms of total, you know, our investment, if you think about it. Because how else are we going to create employment? You are not going to create employment by expanding government. Because whereas government is the biggest spender, I'm trying to look for all the English words that I can use today. You know, is the biggest spender in an economy. Unless that government is spending in a productive sector, in enhancing the environment for doing business, in enhancing, our productive sectors, in supporting manufacturing and industry, you know, and you have had the Kenya Association of Manufacturers here. Everything we are doing, it seems to be saying, you know, one of the ways to die, perhaps 10 ways to die, because those ones are faster than 1,000, is to own a business in this country. Taxation is after you. You know, the cost of energy is after you. The cost of, the compliance, the number of things that you need to do in terms of, for me, those are the things that will start telling me that we
are serious about.
That we are serious.
It's calling austerity.
Because, you see, austerity says, let's move money from areas that are not productive. You know, and every time countries have gone into austerity, they accompany it with a stimulus. Because austerity simply means that the biggest spender in an economy is no longer performing. Is at the risk of being insolvent. So what do? You move money to where people are working. You create employment. Eric, the events of the last 2 weeks should tell us something very powerful. That we have a huge population that is educated, that is skilled, but does not have a space to enjoy a meaningful life from their skill and their education. That is exactly what is happening. And when you listen to the young people, they are not confused. They are very clear in their minds. And they are not speaking for themselves only. They are speaking for all of us. Because we want to earn our own income. We don't want to be given cash handouts. We want to be able. So for me, those are the things that will then start telling you that. And then the third thing is that we have massive duplication of responsibilities. For instance, you have allocations to State House. You have allocations to the office of the president. You have allocations to the office of the deputy president. You have allocations now even to the office of the first lady and the second lady. You have the allocations to the office of prime cabinet secretary. You also have allocations to the office to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, yet they both are headed by the same person. Come to the devolved systems. You have sector like water. You have county governments that are responsible for providing water services. Then you have a plethora of state agencies that are supposed to also be dealing with water. You know, whether you're talking about the water development authorities, whether you're talking about the water trust, whether you're talking about the name is running away. Warma, all these institutions. Yet all of them, bottom line, does Eric have water in her house, in his house? Does Ndu have water in her house? Bottom line. So you have duplication. Come to roads. You know, you have a Ministry of Roads and Transport. You know,
you have a roads board.
You have a roads board. Then after having a Kenya roads board, you have Kenha, you have Kura, you have Kera.
Yeah.
Then you have the road maintenance levy fund, okay, managed by the Kenya roads board. Then, but at the bottom of at the end of the day, all you need is to have roads built, roads functioning. Yeah. So this duplicate, and when we start going into this, and because I have had conversations with. There's a time when I was asked, what should be cut? I started listing these things. Then the room started changing and getting very mellow because everybody started saying, iyo si ni ya fulani. Why are you touching my thing? Why are you touching so-and-so's thing? You know, why are you... So these are the things. But let me come to our members of parliament.
Let's take a pause first. It's 22 minutes to 10. Dr. Abraham Rugo is the executive director at IBP Kenya. We're talking about Ruto's austerity and what we should expect to see, so we know, okay, for sure, what he has promised, he can deliver. Before we do that, let's take this break, hear some business news, and then look at the traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Business news with SpiceFM.
This is the business news brought to you by Stanbic Bank. I'm Leah Ubaga. Kenya's capital Nairobi is among 5 African cities that remain unserved by Airbus. The global aerospace and aviation giant now says this is alongside Lagos, Nigeria, Cape Town, South Africa, Dakar, Senegal, and Cameroon. Routes, it now says, could provide greater connectivity for travelers, drive economic growth in local economies, and provide a significant boost in revenue for airlines. A report by Airbus indicates the 5 cities each have multiple connecting routes that are also unserved. The uppermost segment of Africa's presently unserved routes are long-haul intercontinental flights to North America, Europe, and the Indian subcontinent. Kenya has recorded a slight improvement in narrowing the gender gap. However, full parity remains beyond the reach for another 5 generations. The World Economic Forum indicates its gender gap index for 2024 rankings show that the country has climbed 2 positions in the latest rankings, moving from 77th place last year to 75th. This improvement is reflected in Kenya's score, which has increased from 0.708 to 0.712, signaling modest progress in closing the gender bar. That's the business news. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Financial tips brought to you by Stanbic Bank. How do I save more money? Small and regular beats big and infrequent. Both the power of compounding and the discipline of regular savings are critical to saving more and having your savings grow. Additionally, budgeting plays a crucial role. A good budget will allocate a portion for regular savings to keep you focused on this all-important goal. A good guide is to aim to save between 10 to 20% of your income. Financial tips brought to you by Stanbic Bank.
SpiceFM Business.
All right, so let's look at what is not clear. So certain roads blocked by police around State House. That's what we're seeing already. There's traffic here and there. Actually, no traffic whatsoever, but we're looking at roads then adjacent to State House have already been cordoned off by police this morning. We're looking at Processional Way closed, or rather, there are Processional Way, State House Avenue, Dennis Pitt Road, Valley Road, Jakaya Kukwete Road, and adjacent feeder roads. All motorists are asked to identify themselves and their missions there before actually getting onto any of those roads if you can. Apart from that, there's really no traffic. We're also seeing that right around Parliament that has already been guarded by police this morning. So that's what it looks like. Not much traffic, but certain roads you cannot use this morning. So keeping an eye on things. Talk to us through the morning. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Right, 18 minutes to 10. Our conversation continues with Dr. Abraham Rugo. So, the president has promised austerity. Yeah. And he has started by saying, we'll cut back chai, mandazi here, hapa kwangu, and so on and so forth. But he's saying, for us to actually see this proper austerity in government, we need to look at other sectors that bleed us and take our money. 25% of are revenues going to service all these state and government agencies? That's a lot of money, and it needs to be reduced. You're going to Parliament.
Yes, I was going to Parliament, and I was saying that I think it's time to rethink CDF.
Rethink?
I'm just being polite.
Okay.
I think it's time to wind it up.
Really?
And my reasons are simple. You see, when we came up with the Constituency Development Fund, it is because the central government then, and I was surprised to see a document the other day that still refers to the central government. Anyway, the central government had failed. When Engineer Morioki tabled the Constituency Development Fund, it was also a thing that was going around the world, of how can we have development where citizens have a direct say in what basically, in ring-fenced resources for their own development. And we applied those resources for construction of roads, of schools, of hospitals, but they were for capital, they were for mortar and brick, because that was argued as the big development deficiency. They were not for doctors' salaries, not for nurses' salaries, not for teachers' salary,
or for
police, but they were building the infrastructure. In 2010, we passed and gave to ourselves our constitution, which basically Article 174, Article 1, Articles 10, and then you move to 174, created a devolved system of government. And we said those structures, the national government and the county government, and compare and it will be the structures through which we delegate power for the delivery of public services. We went further. Articles 188, 186, 187, 188, and 189, and even give how the functions would move between national government and county government. We created structures of accountability. The National Assembly, the Senate, forming the Parliament of the national government, and county assemblies at the county level. And we created the Office of the Governor, and at that very point, we said the work of a member of Parliament is now to provide national oversight. So members of Parliament in the Senate, they provide national oversight on matters devolution and counties. Members of Parliament in the National Assembly, they provide oversight on all matters that the national government is responsible. So they have that dual role of checking the national government, but also passing laws that affect the entire country. So why do we still have CDF? Which has given birth to a multiplicity, because that's another area of wastage. Let me give you an example. A child who wants bursary is spoilt of choice today. We have a Ministry of Education that basically is supposed to get and to provide capitation for a high school student.
Yes.
That high school student can go to their local MCA and get a bursary. They can go to their governor and get a bursary. They can go to their MP and get a bursary. The president also has a bursary for education. And they still can go to NGOs that are operating and perambulating in their area and get a bursary. And there are private corporates, Wings to Fly and all these other institutions, foundations. What are we doing? The first 6 that we have mentioned are government, are public taxes.
Coming from the same pot.
Coming from the same pot. And we still have a capitation. We are still paying teachers. What are we saying? So you start asking yourself, isn't it time to streamline this multiplicity and duplicity of spending, and people have taken advantage of it. Of course, this is the currency through which even non-performing people try to buy legitimacy.
How difficult would it be? I mean, maybe that's one of the things that, okay, come on, it's hard work. You want us to do a little bit more work? How difficult? I mean, come on, we're already doing so much. How difficult would it be to streamline all of these things and get things moving?
What are we saying difficult? It's simple. We have 2 structures. We have a national government. We give it the resources. Schedule 14 is clear on who does what. We sit down, we work out so who is responsible for level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 of healthcare? It's county governments. How much do they need? It's a proportion. It's not all the money they need. It's a proportion of the resources available. We allocate those resources there. And we check them. Are they doing the right thing? Are they doing what they're supposed to be?
When you say we, is who?
The government of the day. The citizens also have opinions. And we have a parliament that we have given this responsibility because...
And the county assembly.
And the county assemblies also have responsibilities. Yes. You know, what I'm saying is, when I say we, it's the government of the day, led by Parliament. And why I'm putting this on Parliament? Because Parliament, as much as they have let us down big time, like of all the people who have disappointed me, the current National Assembly and Senate has disappointed me big time. Because when you engage with them through the public participation forums, they say, we hear you and we agree. Some even have heard the word, we agree with you.
And then?
Then something transpires, between Machakos at Hilton Garden Inn.
They hear someone else and they agree with them.
And Parliament. and think so it's time for us to put the resources for where the Constitution applies something called the subsidiarity principle.
Okay.
Basically, it means you provide a service by the institution that is most competent and can provide value for money to provide it.
How would this conversation look like? From where we are right now, if we are saying that, okay, in the next financial year, we were projecting to get some extra 340 billion shillings. We are not going to get it. Looking at the reality, this year we are only able to raise 2.3 trillion shillings. The reality is maybe next year, maybe to a 2.3, 2.4. Okay. So how do we behave now? How should we bring all these austerity measures in good time for the next financial year?
In good time, you mean by Monday?
Yeah. Can it be radical?
It can be radical. Desperate times do not look for long calculated moves.
Yeah.
If, for instance, we said, as of today, we are not going, for instance, to allocate any money
to CDF.
To CDF. But we will allocate all the money that the county governments need.
Yeah.
We'll allocate the money that the Ministry of Education needs. And every person will have to go through those structures to get services. Suppose we said, for the state corporations that I have talked about, all those that are not performing, they stand,
we're shutting them down immediately.
Immediately, because these are by the report I'm referring to was done in 2015. Let's be clear. It's been about 10 years ago.
Yep.
Kadir and
the
KEPSA lady, they were the co-chairs. Carol, yes, they were the co-chairs. So we're not talking of a report that was started yesterday. Over time, actually, those agencies have actually grown in number instead of reducing. If we say we created an agricultural and food authority to amalgamate all these agriculture bodies that still have continued to mutate and to survive, and we say from today the only funding we are providing is to the AFA. If we say today that, because all these other travels, all this multiplicity, that all the money that, for instance, is going to go to the different offices only goes, if we say today all the commissions are going to share a building, because we have all these offices that are hired across board, at higher than market rates sometimes, across board for different agencies and what have you. If we said every cabinet secretary, every member of parliament will only be allocated the, appointed parliamentary staff, advisors who are within the civil service.
Don't go and hire your sister.
You don't just go and hire anyone. What it will do, Eric? I know what I'm saying is not politically correct. But if we mean austerity, oh my friend,
or call it something else. Then if you're not
if we mean austerity, but as we do that, we have to safeguard some things. If we mean austerity,
okay.
Because as we are saying that 19.1 million Kenyans, as per the last assessment, are in poverty. That's 20% of our population, or thereabout. These people depend fully and wholly on public services. So as we do that, we must pay for drugs and make sure dispensaries are working. As we do that, a couple million children are now in junior secondary school. And therefore, we still must employ the teachers we need. We are not going to sacrifice on that. As we do that, we still must make sure that school feeding program continues, because school feeding program is not a jamboree, it's not a Christmas party. It is a survival for families.
It's a basic need.
It is a basic need. Guys, it's not that these children go to eat at school because they don't like food at home.
Yeah, they don't have.
It's not that they don't have bread at home so they can come eat cake in school. No. It is survival for these children. Yeah? You know, as we do that, we have to ask ourselves, what are the conditions in which our most critical service people, doctors, nurses, policemen, working under? And then finally, the thing that we are not talking about, debt repayments. This is being swept under the carpet as a given.
That we must pay.
We must. We should. If we don't, the country will collapse. But who says we cannot have a conversation? Who says we cannot have a conversation? Eric, if I asked you, would you rather have 50 shillings of the 100 I owe you or have nothing? Si tuanze na ile tunaweza. Why do I say this? We have 1 trillion shillings to pay in interest rates. Or thereabout.
Every year.
Interest payments this year.
Just interest alone.
Interest alone, yeah. About 700, or allow me to quote a figure, but it's about 700, 800 is interest payment to our domestic market.
Domestic?
Yeah. And I can get you the actual figure, but it's generally around that figure.
Kedo 800 billion.
Yes, it's here.
So our pension funds, our banks,
our pension funds, our banks, and all those
our
institutions.
Rich people.
Okay, actually, of our domestic market, about 50% of the money is from banks. Your money, my money, government money. Oh yeah, government has 10,000 bank accounts. The last time I checked.
And government is lending.
Banks.
Government is putting money in commercial banks and then borrowing.
Government is putting money in commercial banks, then borrowing. It's now even lending, borrowing from
the housing levy fund.
How do you lend yourself at an 18% interest rate? Then
you pay yourself.
Yes.
That aside. 25% is from our pension funds.
Yeah.
They're about give and take.
Okay.
Then a couple percentage insurance and a couple of international organizations. Then individuals who have been buying through those CDS.
Okay.
About 2% or thereabout. But remember, all these institutions I have mentioned, citizens have their money in them.
Yeah.
You have your money in a bank. You have your money in a pension fund. You have your money in insurance.
Yep.
And even when you buy directly, it is your money.
It is your money.
And when you buy, it's still your money. You get? So I think at a time like this, when the government is borrowing at 18%, the first thing is for government to say, we are not going to borrow at those percentages anymore. And I think Derito Moreidi was here and he said as much. We are only going to take credit at 7%. For instance.
Why do you think they allowed themselves to buy?
Ruto said something like that. He went to the market, to the Nairobi Securities Exchange,
yes,
and said, we will not borrow beyond 10%.
Yeah.
And then the following week, he was the central bank.
An interesting conversation will be with who is we.
Who's we?
Who's we?
Have the conversation?
Yeah. Who is this we?
Yeah.
We are talking about. Who bids? Who bids and with what amounts?
Yeah.
But there's a question I want to ask you even as we go along this. This talk about selling off some of...
Yeah.
Yes.
Our parasitos.
Yes. There's a lot of talk about how useful it is going to be. I even had someone make a slip this morning. It was a conversation in history about how, give an example of privatization, and they even gave Safaricom as privatization. I said, hey, anyway.
But perhaps I agree with you. So the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Office, approximates that if you sell quite a number of these institutions, you should be able to make upwards of 30 billion
only
every year for some of them. But remember, government still has a minority shareholding in a number of key companies, in Safaricom, in KCB, in Cooperative Bank. If it releases those things, those shares, basically it will get some money, which can fix some of the holes. You see, right now, the language of austerity is let's mop up every shilling
you can get.
And therefore, if every shilling counts, then every shilling must be counted.
Chiti, are you asking whether this is actually beneficial?
I am asking...
It is beneficial because on one hand, first of all, I'm saying you have to wind up some. Some, their only success is their death.
Yes.
You know, some need to go.
Yes.
The others, you need to liquidate.
There's no disagreement there. I'm simply asking the question, alongside this question, are we saying that some of these institutions were from the very beginning doomed to make losses, or have they been
failed over time?
Yes, or have they been made to fail over time because of individual interests?
My sense is that when you look at the design of some of these institutions, the goal was very clear. Some of them was the question of division of labor, like in the energy sector.
Yes.
Let one do the production. And we had examples of places where things had failed. You see South Africa, where ESCOM is the one that produces, is the one that sets the tariff.
It produces and also sets the tariff
and then sells the people. And now, for at least a third of your life, you're in darkness.
Yes.
You know, in South Africa. You don't want to go there either. But if they're not performing, but over time, they've become the place for political appointments. It's become the place to get your guys
Abraham, I'm asking the
jobs.
question of why are they not performing? And the reason is because the huge amounts you mentioned that are being diverted to them.
I think they are not designed to perform. As of now, some of them are not designed to perform at all. And that's why the recommendation was wind them. And this is not my words. The recommendation is wind some of these, because as they are currently, they have been broken down into so many small pieces that there is no benefit. There's no economic of scale.
I'm also asking the question, if they were not being driven in the direction that they're being driven down a deep, dark hole, and they were to make money, the comparison of them making money if they could and what we gain by selling them, does it make economic sense?
If they performed, take an example. If Kenya Airways was performing to the extent where we don't have to keep bailing it out, I mean, it will be a great benefit to this country. Okay. Look at what ET has done to Ethiopia. Okay. You know, look at what, you know, in terms of turning it around and becoming a critical source of income. So for me, I think I suspect it's time to...
Time is up.
Yes,
time is up. So let me close with the two words. One, I want to believe that the president, this time round, has decided that he will not waste a good crisis. Perhaps this is a dangerous crisis. Let him not waste it. Parliament, you are not part of the executive. Come out, or you shall be pushed out.
Do your job.
Do your job.
Okay.
Do your job for the people who represented you.
Okay.
For the Kenyans, this is our motherland. We can't get tired. Let's keep sending our thoughts. Let's keep sharing our reflections. Let's keep sharing our ideas. But for the officials in government, whereas we can share all these ideas, we are not the ones who have the models and the necessary equipment to generate everything. People still have to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abraham Rugo. You know, people have been asking, so who are our next leaders? Because these ones, we are getting rid of them. They have nominated you to be a cabinet secretary.
Yes, quickly.
For the Treasury. Have a good day, people. A minute after 10. Stay safe.
The shootings after visiting the victims at the hospital, accusing police of using excessive force against peaceful protesters. Anti-riot police have blocked roads near and around State House in Nairobi in